Wow. Are we actually live? I think so. All right. Recording is running. All right. Can you hear myself? Hear myself? No. Now can I hear myself? Now can I hear myself? Yes. Okay. My speakers were off still. All right. We're running. Plug a quick message on Discord here that we are live. So sorry. No, apologies. Because it is 10, just turned 10:10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Apologies for my tardiness. But we're live now. But we are live now. I'll make it sound a little more proper. No, alas, we are live now. All right. Sweet. All right, it looks like, wow. Jim and Denise Mack, my aunt and uncle. Tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Tier 3. That's crazy. Didn't even know there was a tier 3. And Luna has returned. Just followed 4 minutes ago, like right before we went live. In fact, I saw the little notification. Luna, if you're there, what? I'm confused because I feel like I've gotten multiple follows from Luna before. Like the other day, there was 3 days ago, Luna Band followed. And then 4 minutes ago, Luna has returned, has followed. I don't know. There's something fishy going on there, Luna. I'd appreciate you letting me know. That's not really that fishy, but it's just kind of interesting. All right. Well, this morning, what are we going to work on this morning? Well, I have some things I probably should work on, but I have some things that I would rather work on. So we went live last night, right after the end of the stream yesterday. I went live with the new update, the update that we worked on yesterday. Truyakski, what's going on? Welcome back, Truyakski. I assume this 146 was you. 146 and 2. That's tight. Nice. You're pushing it. You're pushing the boundaries, Truyakski. You were like, yeah, 140 is probably the max. The 124 was me. I actually played a bunch of games last night. Well, not a bunch. I don't know how many. I was kind of like watching a video and playing. some games. But the 124, actually, yeah, that's pretty good. I think I did that 127-0 yesterday. How do you feel the new mistake thing, Trioxky? Sorry, I should be more excited about this 146-2. That's dope. I mean, you really bumped it up there. I mean, I do want to see a video of that too at some point. I know that's kind of annoying, but seems nice. All right, cool. Yeah, when I was playing, like when I was trying it out as I was adding it in, like yesterday during the stream, I was like paying attention more to it. But last night, I didn't really like pay that much attention to it, I guess, or like I didn't really particularly notice it. But I do think it's better. I think it makes, I don't know, I think it makes like your correction time just quicker, you know, when you do make a mistake. So I think we will start to see, we are going to start to improve kind of the average scores, I would imagine. Our average bubble pop scores should go up. So that's my guess. But went from 140-5 to 146-2. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, 6 more bubbles in there. All right, what are you at now? What is that pops per second wise? 146/30. Woo! You're closing in on 5. You're closing in on 5. What is 5? 150, right? Yeah. 3 times 5 is 15. No, that's awesome, Triakshi. That's pretty sweet. I think 150-0 is max, seriously. That's what you said about like 140. What makes you say that though, Triakshi? Remember, there was one point in time when you blew my mind with 100, with over 100 pops. Because I need 25 minutes to get to 146-2. I don't play for 20. I don't get it. I don't understand what you're saying that limit is. I need to play for 25 minutes to get that score, I mean. Yeah, but how is that going to limit you to, or how is that the limit to 150? I was thinking about incorporating, well, messing around. I don't know if I'll do it today, but I was thinking about maybe having some kind of speedometer. The thing is, I don't know exactly what the speedometer, what the speed it would be showing. Because I was kind of thinking about like maybe having like maybe having like well, I mean, you could do the pops per second, but that's not really a speedometer. That's not a speedometer, obviously. That's just like, because the amount of bubbles you pop is not really a speed thing necessarily. I was thinking also about maybe like having a mouse movement speedometer. And not in pixels. Like, it wouldn't be in pixels, but it would be in game unit space. So like the unit space is the same whether you're here, whether it's this small or this big, right? So obviously your pixel movement is way more, like, or, you know, the amount of pixels you have to move from that at that size is way more, but the game's unit space is the same, is fixed. Because I need to get beast run to get 140 plus. I did only 2 runs, 140 plus. It's hard to get 140 plus. Maybe 155. I don't know. I would like to see 150. I would like to see 150 now, which is obviously super close. You're already super close to it. Yeah, but like, but if you just if you just play for a while, like, I mean, isn't just practicing accuracy and everything just gonna make things better? Like, you know, I mean, like, aren't you gonna slowly increment? Like, obviously there'd be some sort of limit at some point, some human limit. And I mean, I would like to see some people play this with pen and tablet, you know. All right. Well, yeah, I was talking about having some sort of speedometer thing. But I don't really know what, you know, do we have it based on like units moved, units per second kind of thing? We could have units per second of the mouse cursor. And like as long as you're like actually popping bubbles, you know, like that units per second would be I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to do anything like that today, but what I think we will work on, I want to add well, for one, I actually want to get rid of the flashing dot when you make a mistake. I want to add like the little rings that expand. I want to add like a bunch of those instead. I think that's what I want. Well, there's a couple of things I would like to get done today with UI stuff, if possible. All right, but I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom already. I know we just started the stream, but don't worry. It's because I always slam the fluids, you know? Yeah, acceleration is important, but I won't get 5+ bubbles per second from practice. Or accuracy is important. All right, I guess I kind of understand what you're saying now, Trioxki. It's not so much a... Not so much a... accuracy thing. All right. All right, I'll be right back here. All right, we are back. Okay. Whoops. All right, I gotta switch the WebSocket server over here for my development version. So I stopped connecting to the actual, there we go. Beautiful. Wait. All right, so I'm trying to think about like what, man, I like this so much better. So I'm trying to think about well, I have one thing I wanted to try. I've been kind of thinking about trying. I'd like the line width of this outline width to scale with the window size. Currently, it does not. So right now, this line width and the line width here of the timer, because currently it's a 2-pixel line. So I feel like it just feels weird at bigger sizes. So it's always a 2-pixel line fixed. And I like the way it looks at about this size. So I like the line width at about this size. But then when you scale it up to like big size, right now I'm looking at 1440p, it's still a 2-pixel thick line. And I think it looks kind of funny. So I want to try scaling that and see what it looks like, or see how it feels, I guess. So to do that, I guess we need to go to, I should close a bunch of these files here. Nav meter, stats screen, we don't need that, 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 we'll keep that, don't need that, keep that. All right, so we're going to open our play area file. So the play area is the boundary circle, which I'm actually also thinking of getting rid of too. That's also something I'm thinking of getting rid of. So, all right, so how, there we go. Okay, we're doing line width 2. All right, so what I want to do first is I want to console log to, well, I guess this could technically be anywhere. But I'm going to divide 2 by ctx.canvas wrapper. Canvas wrapper.ctx. Whoops. Man, something's going on with my brain this morning. Canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay, there we go. That's what I want to do. So that will give us the percentage of our play area square. Okay, so it's 0.0031. Yeah, so that's good. So if we blow this way up, this is going to be even smaller. So now it's 0.0015. So I like that 0.003. So let's go to, is there a play area in our config here? Config dot match dot play area dot radius pixel scale. Border line width ratio 0.003. Beautiful. Okay, so border circle dot line width. Now instead of 2, it's going to be canvas wrapper dot c. Actually, wait. Do I do it this way? Config dot canvas wrapper. You know what? Actually, let's see here. I'm going to put this not in the play area. I'm going to do, because there's multiple things that are going to use this size here. So I'm going to create like a new thing. Okay, this client only, server only. All right, so what I'm going to do down here, leaderboard, what happened to like the colors and stuff? Is that scoreboard colors? Okay, so I'm going to create a new thing here. I'm going to call this like global, this is, okay, global style. And we're going to say like line width ratio. Whoops. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Because there's multiple things that are going to use this. Multiple things that are going to use this line width variable. Basically like the border, the timer bar. There's a border circle around each bubble when you hover over it, which I'm actually thinking of making that be something permanent. And then I'm thinking of changing the hover effect. So when you hover over a bubble, it'll be something a little more... This is awful. I don't know why I even did this. It doesn't feel good. Like, it'd be nice to have something a little bit more like the buttons, where they expand a little bit. Something like that feels a little more responsive. But I don't want them to expand, because what happens is the radius of the button changes. So then when you go out, until you now the radius of the button has gotten bigger. It's like 10% bigger. And then as soon as now the radius is 10% bigger, so you've got this 10% bigger bubble, right? So I don't want it to behave exactly like this for the actual game, because I don't want the bubbles to grow 10% when you hover them, which if you're going real fast and then, otherwise you'd be outside of the bubble here, you're inside because it's 10% bigger because of the hover. I don't want that. So I might do something. Actually, I was kind of inspired by the error thing, having this like radial gradient that kind of fades out, having something maybe like that. But also that might be a little confusing too. So, because it'd be cool to have like a radial gradient. Well, actually, I've got another idea. I've got another idea for that. Which I will pull up right now. Truyakski, first try of the day? No. He did it. Truyakski got 150. See, I think you're crazy, Truyakski. You were like, it'll fit, 150 is going to be the max. You went from 140 to 150. And you did the first try, so maybe 160 is possible. I believe it. I think so. That is sick. 150 and 3. That's awesome. I love it. You gotta get a new video up there on the Discord, Truyakski, with something like that. That'll be awesome to see. I mean, I did 127-0 yesterday, I think. That by far was my best for, by far. So because no one will believe me. I did the 127-0. And I mean, that felt fast, but you're getting almost 25 more bubbles in that time. Like, that's crazy. That's seriously crazy. 25 more? All right. I would kind of like to see, I should look at like, you know, if we've got pops per second, you know, okay, so you got 150 over 30, 5 pops per second, right? So 1 over 5 is 0.2, so you're hitting a bubble every 200 milliseconds, right? So okay, so that's a bubble every 200 milliseconds average, right? And I did 127. I actually kind of like that number. Bubbles average like milliseconds between pops or something like that. I kind of like that metric. 120. I mean, it's really just another way to view the pops per second, but I kind of like that. 127 over 30. Okay, 4.23333. So I need to, can I do 1 over answer? Isn't that how these calculators work? I'm in the scientific calculator. I need to do 1 over 27 over 30. 1 divided by 127, or yeah, 1 over 127 over 30, right? I need to do 1 divided by 127 over 30. There we go. So 236 milliseconds. That's not that much. So like 36 milliseconds extra per pop. That's not very much when you think about it either, though. I mean, because every bubble pop becomes less and less significant the higher and higher you go, right? Because it's a percentage thing. It's not a, you know, like we kind of rage about like getting more bubbles, but like every bubble you get on top of like your 150 technically is like diminishing returns, right? Because it's a percentage thing. Like, you know, 10 bubbles, if you got 5 more bubbles when you were only getting 5 bubbles, I mean, you're getting 2x, you're doing double. You know, you're 2x your performance, right? That's insane. Obviously, that's a ridiculous number, but when you're 155 divided by 150, you're 5 more bubbles, right? But you're 1% better. Or sorry, 3%, 1.033. You're 3.3333% better, right? That's the same thing. People get that screwed up with like frames per second all the time because it's the same exact thing. People are like, oh, I turned off this setting. I know I get 5 more frames. Well, you got to talk in percentages. You can't really talk in frames per second. Like, don't say you're getting 10 more frames for this game by turning off this setting, because 10 frames when you're getting only 10 FPS is huge. That's 2x performance. When you're getting 10 frames and you're getting 300 frames per second, you get 10 more frames. That's nothing. Nobody cares. But people use that terminology all the time. Oh, I'm getting 10 more frames. Yeah, well, 10 more frames, well, like talk about percentage. Don't talk about how many more frames you're getting. When I look at my 124-1 record, it's so slow. Nice. That's cool to hear you say that. I mean, yeah, going from 124 to 150, what is that then? So 150 over 124, 20%, right? Like that's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice bump. But like as we get, you know, so like 175 over 150, now that's not going to be very much. That's only 16% faster. So like these higher and higher numbers, you're going to be getting kind of these more diminishing returns, I guess. I don't know. It's cool stuff, though. All right, so I'm going to do border circle line width. All right, and we're going to change this to, I'm just diving right back into what I was doing. Config dot global style dot, look at this. VS Code is on the ball today. This was not happening the other day. Config.global style dot line width ratio times canvas. Okay, VS Code is not on the ball today. Never mind. Canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay, sweet. Oops. Okay. All right, this thing gets screwed up because it's still trying to use. I like it. I like that. Yes. Yeah, and at some point it gets so small that you can't see it anymore. Pretty much, because it's less than a pixel wide. Yeah, which is fine. We'll have some sort of limit in there. I like it, I think. Yeah, all right. So we just need to do the same thing with the hourglass. Oh, wait a minute. No, let's do this. We got to do this calculation once here. So we need to do canvas wrapper. Okay, let's see here. All right, so we need to have some sort of sizes. Is that last frame time, runtime? Somewhere I set something. Where do we set update the sizes? Oh, here we go. This dot sizes. So we do this, we run this once, right? Yeah, in our initialization. This dot half. Okay, so sizes, we're going to also, pixels per unit, play area radius, line width, border, line width. And we're going to do config dot global style dot line width ratio times this dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Yes, okay. So now this variable only gets calculated once. Whenever the screen gets resized, we're not going to be calculating it multiple times, which is very nice. On window resize, okay, so we've got line, yeah, so instead of calculating it here, we're going to do canvas wrapper dot sizes dot line width. Beautiful. And then we just update it, basically. And we do the same thing with the hourglass progress meter. Yeah, this thing could use an update. All right, progress meter, somewhere we set prog box real quick. Prog box. Width. All right, actually, we might need to update this here. We're going to go to rect. Let's look at rectangle and circle. I want to see. I changed something. No, I guess I didn't. I didn't change something with those. What is config used for? Oh. Okay, so I didn't change something with those, so I changed something with drawable then. So I just need to like look at, ooh, line width. That's a property that we can pass. Sick. Okay, so the outline, we need to prog box equals new rect. Okay, so we just pass a line width in here. That's what we do. And the line width is going to be canvas wrapper dot sizes dot line width, right? And then we need to just make sure we set that also on every update of the progress meter. So prog box yes, dot size, and then this dot box dot line width. Is that going to do it? Because this box is the box constructor box play air whoops match prog box, and that's the first. See, this is JavaScript for you. You don't know what a thing actually is. Prog box. Okay. Yes, so that's the box with the outline, and we are setting the line width now of that box. So that should do it. So now we should see an hourglass. Oh boy. It's still flickering, so something's wrong. Nah, there's something wrong still. All right. Let's see. And why does Chrome decides to have some really hefty resizing problems all of a sudden? Is it the, oh, I guess it was that. Having this open is causing the problems? I think so. As soon as we close that, everything's fine. Okay. All right. So something is still not right because we're still getting, like, this box width is flickering. The line width of the box is like flickering in and out sometimes, depending on what you're doing. Right there, it's kind of fine. Like it worked. Yeah, see, it works there, and then it flickered. Like there, it flickered back to the 2 pixels. See that? That's not good. Not good. All right, so yeah, obviously what we did, update size and pose, box dot line width. You know what? I kind of bet you this isn't doing anything. Oh, whoa. I think I know what it is. I thought I fixed this, or I thought I updated all these, but perhaps not. Okay, so I have like these helper functions that are actually the different ways that you interact with the canvas. And there's probably a better way I could do this, because originally when I kind of set up the engine code, I just had some basic functions: draw a circle, draw a rectangle, whatever. And I had some objects that did that, and then they have, like, you can check collisions against those objects, whatever, right? But sometimes you might want, in the case of Populus, sometimes you might want a filled in circle. Sometimes you might want just a border circle, right? An outline of a circle. So that is kind of or sometimes you might want both all in one, which I think is what we do for our play boundary now. 141 and 16. It was 155 pace. Bummer. You're an animal, Trioxy. You are. All right. So draw fill is for rectangles. No, it's for circles or lines, I guess. Anything you drew with a line. Technically, this function could be used. Yes, this is the problem right here. So we set the line width. Yep, we don't. So we're doing that for the circle, but I bet you we're not doing that for the rectangle. Yes, we are not. Okay, so all we need to do is copy this line, basically. Draw stroke rect, setter right there, and that should do the trick. Okay, that should do it. Oh. Okay, we got a little problem with some calculation. Yeah, so this is working now. Ooh. Yeah, I like... yeah, we got to fix that. Ooh, I like the line width. I like the line width bumping up for all these things. It's kind of cool. The reason why the line width changes for all these other things is because I did bad stuff. Like, we didn't change the line width of the bubble line width, but that's because you set the line width for the canvas context, and then anytime you draw something, it's going to use that same line width. Unless you change it, it's going to use the same line width. So that's why our circles have the same line width, because nothing's changing the circle line width back to 2. And there's a little bit of something screwy there where it sets it to 2 with like the mouse with the thing there, but then all of a sudden it's a thicker line. But I'm liking the thicker line width already. When you just zoom in, it just feels a lot nicer now. It doesn't feel like this kind of... So, yeah, some of the bubbles are screwed up still. The bubbles are going to kind of alternate between... but we'll fix those too. Oh, and Trioxy, what do you think about this if you're still hanging out there? I was thinking about doing this, making the bubbles look like this. Not right now. Probably not right now, but how can I make this bigger? No, that's it. I was thinking of making the bubbles look like this, like actual bubbles. I don't know if you can see it very well, but it might look kind of nasty, but kind of like the color with a border, with like a black border, always, and then like a little like white shine up in the top, just a little gradient. And then what I was actually thinking of doing, it's up to you, it won't change gameplay very much. Yeah, I shouldn't, you're probably, yeah, it won't change gameplay at all. This is just more of a graphical thing, like I can say, will this look a little nicer? I don't know if I'm going to do it yet, but my thought process was when you hovered over the bubble, it would kind of, like the bubble would kind of bounce a little, would kind of like wobble, like from the velocity of your mouse cursor. So what that would mean is that like I could just move the little white shine around just like really quickly. And it might look a little weird, I don't know, but I'm not going to do it right now. That's a little bit of a future thing. I still don't know if I like it. Like I feel like, I mean, it's okay, but I feel like the aesthetic, I don't know, I might just kind of keep things with these flat shapes and everything and not really. not really do too much about it. It could be epileptic. Well, not. I think maybe I explained it poorly, but I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be very distract. It'd be more subtle than maybe I made it sound, I think. All right, so yeah, so I'm liking the thicker line width. I'm liking that. So this just looks better. Like the whole thing just feels like it scales now. So like the game just feels more better this way for sure. So I really like that. So um all right. I got to take another bathroom break here real quick and refresh my beverages, but we'll be right back in a second here. Whoa, what's going on with my mouse? All right, we are back. Let's see here. One thing I want to do, I think I just noticed. Yeah, there's a little wonky little glitch there. For some reason, this is like too low to start here. Don't know why that is. All right. And then when you resize this, it resets properly. One thing I want to do right now, I want to do this because it's been a while of having this and it's been kind of annoying. This thing has been slaved to this, the position of this, the height of this. So what I want to do is I want to just straight up It's so weird. Yeah, and then it's good as soon as we resize. So something's a little funky in there in the beginning. Yeah, but I just want to, and then we just center this up on screen. I think that's what we want to do. All right, so I want to come up with a height for that. So we're going to do progress meter. And I guess when we do let's look at the config file here real quick. Progress meter. Progress meter, where is it? Time. It's called progress meter, right? Cursor trail, menu. Maybe it's in the match object. No. Yeah, I bet you it is. Progress meter, there it is. Width units, height units. Yeah, what in the world? Didn't I? 0.9? Where does this number come from? Get units. What does this do again? It takes a multiplier. Play area radius. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the number in units. See, that's kind of stupid. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that with the nav meter either. Let me get rid of this. All right, so I want to take prog meter width units. Yeah, we don't need that. We really don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna go to match, and we're going to nav meter height picks. Yeah, this is just kind of silly to have all of this. We really don't need it. All right, so I'm looking for man, this is kind of, I feel like I'm biting off a little more than I can chew here. Nav meter. All right, prog box. Why do I even have this name? Prog box fill. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is just come up with a progress meter. We're gonna have pose x units. That's just stupid. Progress meter dot offset x ratio. No, we can't do that. It's got to be off. Okay. Offset x ratio. Whoops, 0, and then this is going to be, let's see, subtracted off center. Off center x. Okay, and we're going to have offset y ratio. And that's going to be absolute. No, actually, it'll just be centered, so we don't need. Progress meter. Why did I end up calling this progress meter? That's stupid. We're gonna switch. Okay, so instead of progress meter, I'm gonna change this to hourglass. But we have a destruct method, but we're going to have a static create method. And then this is going to take care of setting everything up. Not going to care about anything else. All right, so play. Well, okay, we need to come up with a. We can kind of reverse and generate these values that we need. So we're going to need an offset x. We're going to need a height, a width ratio, and a height ratio. Width ratio and a height ratio. Yeah, those are the three things we should need. The y, it's going to be centered on the y-axis, so we don't really care about that. But we do need to specify an offset, how far off the center of the x-axis we want. Yes, so I want to do okay, so progress meter, let's see, match. Okay, so we do progress meter, and what I'm going to do is I guess we'll take canvas, we're going to console log, we're going to CLG progress meter dot prog box dot box dot width dot size dot width w divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. That's going to give us our ratio there of the width. We're going to have the height. So I'm going to say width. Whoops. Do a string width ratio. Well, we don't need to make this too crazy. Width, height, width, height, console log x. And this one, I need to do the x position I need to do the center of the screen minus the x position. I think that's what I need. Okay, so progress renderer dot box dot wait. That the center minus the x position would give us that. Yeah, that's got to be what it is. So prog box. Okay, so I'm doing this wrong. So we're going to do canvas wrapper dot half width minus canvas wrapper, or wait a minute, minus progress meter dot box dot pose dot x, right? And we need to divide that by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height to get the ratio that we want. But this needs to be in parentheses there, so we do the subtraction first. Beautiful. In theory, this is exactly what I want. In theory. There we go. W, H, X. What is this thing? Still didn't get rid of that from before. All right, where's that console log? Where is it? There we go. All right. Okay, hang on. Refresh, practice. There we go. W. So I'm going to take 0.05. That's going to be the width ratio. 0.05. The height ratio is going to be 0.338. 0.338. And the offset X is going to be 0.497. So 0.498, I guess. 0.498. Subtracted off center X. Okay, beautiful. So we've got these numbers. And now what I can do is we're going to go to our match. We're going to go to, we can get rid of this. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Actually, no, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So the thing is, I want to actually do, I want to get rid of all of this junk. So we're going to do, I'm going to straight up duplicate the progress meter thing file. Progress ball. Why did I keep that? Copy. Paste. Okay. Rename hourglass.js. This a file or folder. Oh, look at that. Okay, so we've already got an hourglass.js file, but I'm going to delete it because we don't need it. I don't know why. So hourglass is just kind of my fancy in-game entity name for the timer. Without using the word timer, because a timer is an actual thing that's used multiple places. Progress meter copy. Okay, we're going to rename this to hourglass. And I don't know why I had got rid of using that name. Because originally hourglass was going to be the name for this thing. The timer, right? The in-game timer. So this is just called hourglass. But at some point I switched to calling it progress meter because I was like, but that's a really old name now and kind of deprecated and doesn't really fit the type of the thing anymore. So I don't know how I kept that name. Because it started out as hourglass and switched to progress meter, then for some reason I kept it. So anyway, we're going to go back to the hourglass, the proper name. Because I always get myself confused when I see progress meter now. Because it's assumes it's tracking your progress or measuring your progress, a progress meter, right? But it's not doing that at all. It's a timer. Okay, so now we've copied. Yes, beautiful. Okay, so we are going to import. Beautiful. But we're going to export default class hourglass. Extends entity. Okay, all of this stuff is going to pretty much, I'm going to get rid of the ball references. Update size and pose. We are going to change that. So I have a static create method now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything from the setup that we've got. So I can kind of progress meter setup. This is all old. I'm just going to whack all of that old stuff. And we're going to copy all of this. Progress meter. Okay. Copy all of that, and we're going to put all of that into our static method here. Prog ball, just going to get rid of that. Gray color or something here, just get rid of that. Progbox fill, this color can now be config.colors.blue. All right, so we need to do a couple different things. Progbox width, config.progress meter. Okay. So we need to do, okay, we need to import a few things here. We need to import a rectangle, a color. Let me change this to hourglass. It doesn't know these are functions. They're classes. They're classes when they're red. Orange when they're methods, so that's why these things are orange. They need to be red. They should be red, but VS Code doesn't know. Okay, so we need to import rect, we need to import color, and that's it, right? Okay, so import entity, import rect from rect.js, import color from color.js. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now we got red. Okay, so we need to move these. Well, we've got two rectangles basically. We need to move both of the declarations of these up. Some of these things are good, some of them aren't. Okay, so I'm going to move this up. In fact, you know what? I think I'm just going to get rid of all of this. Yeah, we're getting rid of all of this. All of that sizing stuff, because all the sizing is going to be really simple now. Okay, so we can do that, but the initializations should come down here. And this doesn't need to be called progbox anymore. We can rename this to, these are all going to be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Config. That's, let's change that name right now. Z indexes, hourglass, width. Where are we? Where are we? Z indexes. I know Z indices is probably the correct, you know, the plural form of index, but that's just it's too weird. I like to use indexes. Okay. Rect. Where were we here? These are all going to be zeros. 0, 0, 0, 0. That's going to be fine. That's going to be fine. We should use black here. Did I start doing that? Did I start? Is black in the colors? No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it like that for now. At some point, I will fix that. Okay, so we're going to just call this box fill, box fill. Who's Phil? Wouldn't you like to know? Const something here. This is what we're doing. Const on window resize, and then we call on window resize. Const on window resize equals, and then we call it on window resize, and we pass it nav meter height pix. That's going to go away. Nav meter height pix. Yeah, that's awful. Gone. And then what do I call it when I'm up here? On window resize. Beautiful. On window resize. Yes. 148 and 6. Shh. Nice, Trioxky. Let me look at that. Let me look at that top. Woo! 150. Ah, some people have been playing. A few people just popped in and were playing. Nice, 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 nice. Anyone out there, yeah, don't be intimidated by Trioxky's 150. And this 148 and 146, don't be intimidated by that. He's the top human player in the world right now, so. I can't. Oh, I'm sorry about that name. I'm Cubis. I'm Cubis. Good to see you. How am I supposed to say that name? Ah. Wow. But it would be like Jacob, right? Did I do that all right? Jacob effects. What's going on? Jacob effects. Jacob. Ooh, perfect. All right, nice. I nailed it. Jacob. What's going on? Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Truyovsky is legendary. 150, 150 pops. That's all Truyovsky right now. Insane. Insane. Whew. All right. Yeah, I'm working on some user interface stuff right now. It's something terribly not exciting at all at the moment, unfortunately. I'm refactoring something, so that means there's not even going to be a visual change to anything. I'm just changing how I organize the code, and that's pretty much it. So not too exciting right now. And I'm trying to do it and keep my sanity. But actually, this is going to work. This is going to work out nicely, and it's going to free me up to do some better things, I think, maybe in the future. But I just want to take care of it now because it's bothering me. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to what is? Oh, yeah, let's get rid of that. We don't need that. Okay, so this update size and pose, that's going to all go away completely. Box.pose.x. Box.pose.y, height. Okay. Ooh. Fill some initial height. Actually, that'll just be... That'll just be box dot size. Whoa, size dot height. Or dot h. Recording. Sweet. All right, so all right, this stuff's all looking pretty good. This is good. This is good. Yeah. This is good. This is good. This is good. Oh, we were going to rename these. That's what I was going to do. Instead of progbox fill, we're going to say hourglass. Hourglass and then hourglass fill. Or hourglass outline, I guess. All right, so where do we have progbox? This will be hourglass outline. Hourglass outline and hourglass fill, progbox fill. Where is it? Oh, that would be down. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this will be hourglass fill. Okay, there we go. All right, so here's the more interesting part. On window resize, so we have a const w, oh my goodness, w equals something. We're going to have a const h equals something, and we're going to have a const, so we'll have a const x equals something. Yeah, the sizes are going to need to be first. Const y equals something, because then those are going to be used. Ooh, actually, it's maybe not going to be that simple. I don't Well, we'll see. It's on the leaderboard. Oh! Truyaksky. 151. Come on. Look at you. Just not that long ago, like an hour ago, you were like, I'm 150 is going to be the max. All right. Nice. All right, can I pull up the... I'll pull up the video here on the YouTubes here real quick, just so we can watch this. All right, we got it here. OBS Infinity, I love it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. What are we getting? How are we getting this again? Is there something that Shugaxi, is there something that happened where you're seeing this nan and infinity? If someone quit, it shouldn't. Like, let me do a game here on my own. Let's do play. Yeah, see, it should look like this. Like, it should be fine for the other player quitting. I've never had that happen, but Badger showed that in the chat yesterday too. Whoops. Hang on, let me do this. Let's do it the other way then. So let's do that. This. Let's play on this one. And then let's go here and then quit. Yeah, I can't replicate it. Jengtron is now following. Jengtron, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thanks for hanging out. It was messy AF, but wanted proof that it was legit. Maybe because it's same IP. Nah, I mean, I'm doing it right now, same IP. I mean, I'm doing it on my development version, but the back end would be all the same. Because I do it on an incognito to play with me. Yeah, that's what I do, too. Actually, I have 2 incognito windows open for my stuff here. All right, so let's watch your score. So anyway, I got to figure out... Because basically, the infinity shows up when you do a divide by 0, I think. So somehow we're doing a divide by 0. Like if I do 4 over 0, yeah, we get infinity. And somehow we get not a number, which is when you try to do a math operation and you're doing it with some bytes that can't be numbers. So, all right, so let's check this out. Here we go. We're watching it now. The record. Man, you click around the menu too fast. I don't even know. Shh. This thing's just flying by here. That correction was sick. Do you have it in... Is you have 60 FPS? Oh, okay. Just 30. Sweet. All right, hang on. That one correction was so smooth. Where was it? No. Was it that one? I think this was the one where I was just like, you just like, hang on, let's do half speed here. All right. Yeah, if this was 60 FPS, this half speed would just look crisp right now. All right, so coming up. Oh, just, man, you got that correction time is just, it's impeccable. All right, so oh, that's sweet. So you missed, or yeah, because that's, you have to go back. Doon. Just overshot, and you went back like so quick. And you're clicking. see how long that tail lags behind the cursor? Like when you move it fast. See how much space there is? I don't know if I can beat that because I don't know if the browser can like do it better than that. I love it. I love it, Trioxky. That's sick. All right, hang on. Let's watch it all the way through again here. Oh, we're watching it at half speed. I love that correction. Goofball Guinness, what's going on? We're watching the world record right now, Goofball. 151 pops. And what? It was only 3 mistakes, right? I feel like I've counted more mistakes, though. Or was it 5? Oh, 6 mistakes. That's nuts. That's nuts. Goofball Guinness, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Really do. The speed. Orn VR. Thank you for the follow, Orn VR. Appreciate it. Really do. Hang on, I want to watch this one more time. And you play Trioxky, you've got so you got like 1080p, right? You only recorded 720p, but you're playing 1080p, right? On a 1080p screen. You're playing full screen, well, the full window, and you've got your mouse is at 1600 DPI. And is your Windows mouse settings, are your Windows mouse settings kind of default? Main.cpl, am I right here? You got the normal, the default mouse settings, none of the pointer, no acceleration, whatever. You're playing 1600 DPI, right? CPI. Sorry, I should say CPI. Technically not DPI. In this Evil War, Genesis 4749, all right? This is sick. I love it. I love it, Trioxky. All right, yeah. And you got it over in the Discord? Nice. I'll add a reaction quick. Oh, 1,000. Okay. Kodako, what's going on? Good to see you. That world record looked crazy. It does. It's insane. I love it. Yeah, I mean, Trioxy, I don't know. I mean, I feel like that change from yesterday lets you correct those mistakes quicker, you know, which I think is good. I think that works well. But 151. This is nuts. It's over 5 pops a second now. 5. That's crazy. Crazy. I can do 160 but it'll take some time because I did 153 first try, but I needed 40 minutes to do 151.6. Kodako yesterday record was a hacker. Yes. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, it was why can't I remember the name? Mirage? No, it wasn't Mirage. They did like a pixel, they did like a checking, kind of like what Weemy was doing with a bot. Mystic, yeah. It was Mystic. And they ended up doing like a 230 something record. But now Truyoxi's closing in on that one bot record there. But yeah, it was 175 and 0 and 234 and 0. So yeah, it was like a pixel. I think they were just had a program just running, checking pixels, and then doing mouse clicks, mouse movements on that. But he admit to delete top 2. Yeah. So there might be some things we do to kind of prevent that, but I appreciate Mystic for telling me that was the case. All right, I got to take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Oh man, you guys got me covered. Neris, what's going on, Neris? Welcome. All right, so took 140 tries. What took 140 tries, Trioxky? Neris, maybe if you didn't see this yet, but Trioxky just hit 151 pops. Just insane. And there's video of it on the world record, the legit world record this time. And yeah, the video's up on the Discord. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, so yeah, this is my development server right now. That's why there's only 7 pops. That's my best right there. 7 pops, 3 mistakes. Whew. I'm blazing. Okay, so Trigoxy did the 150 as well, just with a different connection. Because every time you refresh the page, basically you become a new player. So, top 3 is mine. Sorry for that. No worries. Trigoxy, I'm probably going to end up blowing away the leaderboards anyway right now because, or not right now, but maybe at the end of today because I might push a new update depending on what everything we get done today. So, your 151 will just live on the Discord for now. Sure, that's why I wanted the recording. Exactly. Plus the recording, I mean, the recording is way cooler too. Like actually being able to watch it is much better. Although we're gonna need like a mouse cam soon so we can just see. That'll be tight. All in 60 FPS too. We need a 60 FPS webcam on your hand, 60 FPS and screen capture and everything. All right. Okay, so right now what I'm doing is unfortunately just boring and not what I got done earlier was the line width. What? What happened? Okay, never mind. Nothing's working right now. What happened to all my stuff? Did I refreshed, right? Oh, now it's working. That's weird. Basically, I did something really boring where I made the line width, the width of the line change, the width of the border circle change with size. I know that sounds really boring, and it pretty much is. But I think that makes things look better right now. Because before it was like a fixed 2-pixel wide line that would get used, but I don't have camera, but yeah, I don't move that much because I have 1000 DPI. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's one reason why I liked playing at like smaller sizes, because I could get away with not having to move my arm too much, just kind of move like my fingers, you know? Like I could kind of do like a little claw grip thing and not have to do too much wrist movement to play like this. But anyway. Bigger window, bigger circles. Yeah, exactly. So and then you get more accurate, you know, as you go scale it up, I guess. Like I have to move it more. I have to move the mouse quicker, but it feels, whoops. Ooh, you know what? We also need to change the line width of the cursor too. I'll get to that in a little bit here. All right, but for now, we got to figure out this hourglass thing, our timer thing. So we're going to need these 4 variables. And basically, I'm going to have to, well, let's get the box working at least. So for the box, we're pretty much going to do config dot match dot progress meter, which I should change this now to, instead of progress meter, we're going to just straight up rename it to hourglass. Or wait a minute, actually, let's do this. We're going to do hourglass like that. We're going to do that, this, move this back, move these guys up. There we go. Bang, zoom. Nailed it. Okay, sweet. Hourglass. All right, so we got that config. In fact, I think I'm going to move this out of the match. Well, no, actually, let's keep it in there. So const w config.match dot hourglass dot width ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. It's too much to type. I could really shrink that down. And then this is going to be the same thing, except this will be height ratio. X is going to be, okay, half width minus, okay, so we're going to do canvas wrapper dot sizes dot half width minus config dot match dot hourglass dot offset X ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Sick. And then Y is going to be the width or the height of the half of the height of the box minus half height of the screen. Right? Half. Okay, so canvas wrapper half height minus canvas wrapper half of the width, or half the width of our box, so W over 2, or half the height over the box, of the box. Okay. That should be good. All right. How's that sip? Apologies for that. That was kind of inappropriate. Asthma. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Just kind of up real close, like. And I could just talk like that for everything. And now we are going to declare a new variable called X. How does this sound up close to the mic, my fidget spinner? That sound cool? What? All our viewers left? Oh. All right, so we've got a width, a height, an X, and a Y. For the outline box, at least. This should all be for the outline box. So if we do box dot size dot W equals W, box dot size dot H equals H, box dot pose dot X equals X, box dot pose dot Y equals Y. And that should be good enough for that. Now the problem is we've got with the timer, we've got two components, right? We've got a box outline, which is this, and doesn't change size, right? But we've got the box fill, which represents time, your percentage of time elapsed, right? And that is obviously, that's changing its height all the time, and its position, because its position is always going to be the top left corner. So its height is, the width of the box, or the height of the box is changing, but it's also updating its position of the rectangle on screen to fit that, so it looks like it's a bar going down, right? It's an illusion. It looks like it's oriented from the bottom, but really it's well, it's not really an illusion. Who am I kidding? All right, so, all right. I got to figure out how I update that, can recalculate that height, which should be pretty simple. Ooh, actually, that's going to be kind of annoying. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be really annoying. Fill some initial on timer tick. Fill some initial. I got to remember. I remember naming this variable and being like, "That's a bad name." That's what I say for like 80% of the variable names or property names that I pick. But this one I can explicitly remember whenever I came up with this a couple months ago, being like, that doesn't really describe what this thing is at all, but I'll know what it is when I come back to it. And I kind of remember what it is. So it's the height of the box, the outline, plus, oh, yeah, okay, so plus the box size dot h plus box pose y. Start pose. Do we use that? Oh, we don't use that anymore. Do we? No, we don't. Cool. Okay, so fill some initial. I'm trying to think of why, if I can maybe get rid of this or like calculate it, because it needs to get updated every time anyway. This dot height. We got rid of this dot height. So it's going to be, it's always going to be height plus box fill dot box dot fill some initial minus. Maybe I should say this like fill end y. It should be like fill end y. I feel like that's what it should be called. The end y. Because it's the height of the box plus the y position of the box, which would be the bottom of the box. That would be the bottom down here. The y position of the box, which is right here, plus the height of the box, which would be down at the bottom. So it should be like fill, it should be like y end. Maybe we just call it y end. It doesn't even need to be fill. It should be called this dot y end. Or just bottom, maybe? Bottom? Nah, we'll say y end. Or y bottom. It's just the position. I think that's what we'll say. And then, so I'm going to rename, that's a much better name. Box H, height plus box Y. Well, I'll just say, we'll just, for clarity's sake, we'll say that. Because y end needs to be used. It's a value that needs to be updated and used in another spot. So that's why we actually need to. Ooh. You know what? I'm going to get rid of it. Yeah, you know what? The only reason why I used that was because it was needed somewhere else. So actually, we don't need it. We don't need to. Yeah, it's just a little extra computation. One little extra operation, basically. So who cares? On window resize. Okay, so we do all of that. That's good. Pose.x. How do I do? Oh, yeah. The x is the same. Okay, so on window resize, we're going to have box fill.pose.x equals x. And box, so box fill, the width is going to be the same. Box fill.size.w is going to equal w. Huh. Yeah, I guess maybe we don't need to specify the height on the resize, because the height will recalculate on that, at least on that next frame, maybe. Because that's not what we're doing. Whatever. You know what? I feel like this is kind of dumb. Why end? Why don't I just do... How do I know? Well, wait a minute here. On timer tick, percentage complete. I'm going to keep it the way it is. I'm going to keep it the way it is right now. Okay, so the height of the timer bar, we're going to let that recalculate itself because it's always going to update. This is always going to update every time the timer ticks, which is every frame. And when we resize, the way it's working right now is it's fine. The resize does not, the function that resizes the outline of the box does not actually resize the height of this, because it lets the timer, because it's going to pick up on the next frame anyway what that new height is. So we really don't need to care too much about that. So let's see what else. Box.fill.size.w, box.fill.pose.x. So we still need the, well, actually no, all we do is the x and the w. That's all we do. So this is technically good enough. So I don't even need a y. I guess we need an h. But we don't really need a y. So we do that, and then we don't need an h. Well, no, we do need an h for that. Okay. All right, so this will be the on window resize function. So we do on window resize, and then we're going to do this. And let's see, update size and position. That's the old one, and that's not going to work anymore. So on timer tick, this is the last part, I think. So 1 minus percentage complete times this dot height. That's fine. Then this is the thing we just need to recalculate, this dot y end, because we kind of got rid of that. So y end is always going to be something plus, or it's going to be the y position plus the, it's going to be this dot box dot pose dot y plus this dot box dot size dot h. Yes, I think that is correct. So in theory, I did everything correctly here. This dot box fill. Yes, sweet. This is going to be so much better now. All right, so hourglass. So now instead of, let's see. Okay, so we go to the match. We've got new progress meter. So just to test this out real quick, I'm going to do const progress meter equals new hourglass. Or wait a minute. We have to import hourglass first. So we're going to import hourglass from hourglass.js. Beautiful. Then we are going to yep, okay, equals hourglass.create. Just to test this out really briefly here, we're going to see if I was perfect in my execution of this. And I mean, we got this on screen here, so that looks good. And let me just test. So if we do a height ratio of like 0.8 or something instead, let's just see if that works. Nope. Okay, so something. Oh. I gotta get rid of those. All right, never mind. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. I know this is boring. Just hang on, guys. Just hang on. Okay, so what was the exception we're getting here? Reference error helper is not defined. Am I using helper here? Yes, I am. So import helper from helper.js. That was the one thing I missed, I think. There might be something else. Config. Yeah, okay. See if this works. Almost. Cannot read property init of undefined. Okay, that was probably just a fat finger. Box fill, box.init. Let's look at the file, actually. Mash.js 265. Is that our... Oh, we don't need to call init. Because we... Oh, actually, hang on. Create. Oh, yeah, this is the problem. All right, so we do const hourglass equals new hourglass, and then we call hourglass.init, and then we return hourglass. That's what it should be doing. Okay. Practice. All right, so it's working. Obviously, probably I did something wrong. I must have misunderstood something about this, but let's just see if this, just to make sure I'm not crazy. Yes, Okay, so that's completely separate, isolated, everything. Yeah, nice. It's not connected to this anymore. So much simpler now. Okay. So that would mean, and the resizing and everything was working great. So the problem is we just don't have the fill working, which I would assume is just this on timer tick. It's not working. Whoops. Let's get rid of that. Box fill dot size dot h is 1 minus. Oh, this dot height. That's not a variable anymore. This dot box dot h. That was probably all we needed. Yeah. See if it works. No. Nope. This dot box fill dot size dot h equals 1 minus per complete times this dot box dot h. This, let's make sure this should still be working. CLG perk complete. Yep. Okay, get rid of that. So this is fine. The on timer tick method is getting called. Oh. Wait. Was it really doing? Am I doing a operator precedence, associativity? Is that what I got wrong? JavaScript operator precedence, and I want to see like associativity here, because plus and minus are probably the same precedence level, but it was doing the subtraction first. I guarantee you, because I'm an idiot. I usually play it safe when it comes to this kind of stuff, but that's probably what was happening. It was probably doing the subtraction first. Associativity probably said do this thing, do the subtraction first, because plus and minus are the same precedence level. It said do this first, then do this, and that's probably our problem. Hopefully. I'm a noob, I guess. Okay. Still probably was a noob, but maybe not so much of a noob. Or maybe I just totally misunderstood. This dot box dot pose dot y. Is this a valid thing? I guarantee you, we're coming up with something that comes out as not a number. Oh, I see it. I see the problem. There is no H property on box. See, this is JavaScript, ladies and gentlemen. It's like hard mode. It's like just turning off all the nice features that a programming language, statically typed programming language, gives you and lets you just do dumb things. But it's not hard mode. It's like somehow hard mode, but not hard mode. This dot box dot size dot h. Size? Yeah, size dot h. Yes. That's it. Guarantee you this is gonna work. Oh yeah. And let me make sure that my associativity theory worked too, is the correct too, because I'm pretty sure this is gonna screw everything up. No, I guess not. Actually, let me see associativity then. Let me see that MDN page again. MDN. Come on, just show me a table of precedences and associativity here. Plus and minus. Plus, minus, left to right. Okay, yeah, it is left to right. So it would do this first, then this. Okay. I was going to say, it can't be a right to left thing. All right. Sweet. Let's get rid of all this. nice and clean now. The setup code, that's where the more complicated stuff happens, but still, it's all isolated now. Oh, this is just going to be beautiful. All right, so we can go to match now, and we can get rid of all of this. Let's just comment all of it out. These ones will need to be replaced with, whatever. Progbox width, let me make sure. Okay, so we can get rid of all of this. Progbox, progbox, progbox. Basically all the way up until here. I'm going to just comment. Yes. Oh, the line width doesn't scale. Yeah, okay. All right, we got to do that. But first, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of all of this. And I'm just going to straight up delete. Okay, this is going to be hourglass. This is going to be hourglass and hourglass. And then in the match, I'm going to come up here. We're going to get rid of progress meter import. We're going to get rid of the rectangle import because we don't need that anymore because we moved all that logic out. Did I screw something up with this? No. Nav meter, progress meter. This can now be hourglass. Wow, everything is just happy right now. Hourglass, hourglass. All right, this feels good to get out of the way, but at the end of the day, this really isn't doing a whole lot for us. And you might ask, Jared, then why did you do it? To which I would respond, I wouldn't respond. Hourglass, hourglass, hourglass. Beautiful, beautiful. So then, there was one thing I was going to do. Oh, we're going to delete the old file now. We're going to delete progress meter and progress ball. Move to recycle bin. Move to recycle bin. Okay. Fantastic. Yes, that's just nice and slim now. Our method, yeah, we really just shrunk a bunch down here. This file is now only 256 lines. I like it. The nav meter really bloated that up before, and the hourglass really bloated that up before, but I'm doing things a much better way now. Everything is still working, right? Oh, the problem we have is the outline. Wait, the outline isn't scaling now. With the we removed that from the. Yeah, we removed that from. Or we forgot to add it in, I should say. Box dot line width equals. Canvas wrapper, canvas wrapper dot sizes dot line width. Oh! And we got a problem with things getting destructed, huh? Gotta take care of that too. All right, there we go. So now line width, everything looks fantastic. Okay, so. Oh, yeah, destructing in the match. That's the problem. Okay, so up here, we change that hourglass to hourglass. This dot hourglass. let's just find progress meter. All right, that's the only reference. Beautiful. So we just change this to hourglass. And that should not leave just a lonely hourglass out there. Wow, why are those bubbles so small? Sweet. Quit. I should turn on the old, check our event listeners, make sure we're not leaving anything out. Drogos. What's going on? Bit late today? Hey, no worries, Drogos. Whatever you want. Good to see you. Let's see here. Yeah, Drogos, we've got some cool Trioxki just set the world record, the total human world record for Populus right now. The video's in the Discord. It's crazy. He's got 151 pops. So he's sitting there right on top of the leaderboard, fresh, 151. And he did the 150 and the 146. I actually did the 124. But that's him sitting there, 151, 6 mistakes. Woo! And the video's up on the Discord under the High Scores channel. It's nuts, to say the least. All right. Debuggable, mixin, debuggable. There we go. Debug items. All right. So now we should be showing our event listeners on screen. Not there. Here. There we go. Our event listener count is 40. I'm going to play a game here real quick. Whoa, Nelly. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, boy. Come on, baby. 109. 143 event listeners. We quit. Back to 40. Everything's good. Love it. Yeah. So, okay, so I want to do a couple more line widthy things. I want to fix the line width of the mouse, the cursor drag tail there. I want to make that bigger because right now that doesn't scale either, because it should match the outline here. So that should be pretty easy. So we go to cursor trail, and probably cursor trail ghost consequently. Yeah, extends open path. Yes. Open path. Let's look at our open path real quick here. Open path. Do we have a line width property? No, we don't. Oh, actually, line width equals 2. All right, that's the problem. So we need to do drawable. Oh, this dot line width. Right? Yeah, so basically what we've got right now is our cursor trail. Right now, it's the same thickness as like the border and the same thickness as our boundary here. But if I scale it up, it's still small. So everything else scaled up kind of nicely. These guys look nice and chunky now. But our little cursor trail is still kind of skinny. So we need to fix that up. We need to beef it up. Because basically it was at a fixed 2 pixel line width. Blue. What's going on, Blue? Good to see you. Well, firstly, new Populus world record, 151 pops by Trioxki. And like right before he said that, he was like, I'm pretty sure 150 is going to be the max that I can do. And then he did 150. or 151. He's got the video up on the Discord. It's nuts. It's nuts. But otherwise, I'm just working on some kind of some UI kind of stuff right now. Meanwhile, I can't get more than like 20. No worries. No worries. You've been playing Valorant, Blue. Come on, you got a little more. You got a little more in you than 20. Right? That guy, you got that Twitch aim. Kodako's looking for a fight. Not even gonna try. All right, I'll throw it back down there in the chat there. Well, for anyone hanging out, maybe who I'll give a little demo here because we might have some people hanging out that haven't. We got new followers, and I pox on me. We got some new followers, and I didn't even explain the game. We got 3 new followers like an hour ago, and I did not explain the game at all. So that sorry about that. If you guys are still hanging out, I appreciate you. But yeah, I'm sorry for that. Not. Blue 38. Psh, that's better than 20. All right. Yeah, so what are we working on today? We're working on my game. It's called Populus. For those of you out there who maybe, for those of you who followed, Orn VR, Goofball Guinness, Jangtron, I'm really sorry I didn't give you guys like a demo of the game. I usually try to do that whenever we get a new follower or, you know, within reason. So, like I said, we're working on my game. It's called Populus. You can play it right now, populus.gg. Got some people in the chat playing it right now, some regulars, for sure. I threw it down there in the I threw it in the chat, right? Who just did the 126? Oh, was that was Trioxky, I assume, right? Oh, someone crushing me. Yeah, Trioxky for sure. All right, so yeah, for anyone new, don't be intimidated by the leaderboard numbers up here at the top. I mean, the guy who's on the top there, he is the top player in the world, so don't feel bad. The world record holder. So it's a game where you pop bubbles. Actually, I'll play a normal game here if somebody joins in. So it's a if you hit the play button, it's a one-on-one game. If you hit the practice button, you just play single player, right? So the object of the game is to pop as many bubbles as you can, as fast as you can. So I matched up with somebody here, probably Trioxky, just judging by how fast this little red dot is moving, because that's Trioxky just popping like 20 bubbles in like 1 second. But basically, you have 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. And basically, the bubble you're supposed to pop, or at least the order, is displayed here on the right side. So the bubble that you're always going to be popping is matching the color of this bubble here, so blue. So you hover your mouse over the bubble, and you left click, or you hit the space bar, and you just keep going. And the time ended really quickly there, but you can see your stats at the end. So I see my stats in blue, and Trioxky, clearly Trioxky, in red there, who just destroyed me. I got 4 bubbles. And I had 5 mistakes, and then Trioxky 122. That's pretty killer. So that's basically the game. So I hit retry, and it kicked me back into join me up to another game here. And then basically the idea is, yeah, you're just kind of going as fast as you can. Don't be intimidated by my speed. I happen to be the #2 Populus player in the world right now. Of maybe like 3 people in the world. We're not sure. We're not sure who the 3rd player is. We're not sure who's in 3rd place. All right, Trioxy's still at least 20 bubbles ahead of me. Maybe more like 143. In the world, you betcha. Yes. Kodako, I want to hit 60 for sure. Don't be intimidated by the leaderboard. Don't be intimidated by Trioxy. Yes. Yeah, so the leaderboard works. Basically, when you connect to populus.gg, you become a player, a new player. And if you set some scores, somebody just upped their own score there. You saw it update live there. Basically, throughout your duration of your connection, while you're connected and playing the game, you will, like, if you beat your own score on the leaderboard, it'll like put your new score in that new position and delete your old one, basically, is what will happen. Kodako, is that you just going from like 156 to 157? Progress. All of the best Populus players are gathered in one stream. Crazy. Yes. Yes. Oh, 158, moving up in the world. Kodako, is that you? You're getting there. You're inching up. So, oh, and just while people are there, there's a small chance you might run into a bug where all of a sudden, like, there might only be like 3 bubbles on screen, and the bubble you're supposed to pop won't even be on screen. Like, you like basically can't continue playing. If that happens to anybody, let me know, because I'm aware of that issue, and unfortunately I'm not exactly sure what's causing it. I can kind of do my own fake causing of that issue myself, but I'm really trying to track it down. But if anybody does run into that issue, just let me know. You know, you can post in the on the Discord. I do have a Discord, by the way. I'll plug that real quick here too. If anyone's interested, you don't have to join. But you well, no, don't. In fact, don't join. Don't. It's a waste of time. You only get 100 Discord servers to join. I make sure mine is not one of them. But if you did happen to join the Discord server, there is a high scores section. You can watch Truyakski's video that he shot just earlier of the 151. That 151 record right there, boom, he's got the video of it up on the Discord server under the Populus section with the high scores channel. But there's also, under the Populus section, there is a bugs and issues channel. So if anybody does run into that issue, yeah, please let me know. And I kind of want to know the frequency of it. I basically experienced that issue twice. And it's a client-server synchronization issue for the most part. And I believe it has to do with not being able to sending a pop or something to the server, but the server not getting it. So it's kind of probably a really low probability thing that it could happen. That could happen. But nonetheless, I'd like to know if it does happen. So again, if you do experience an issue where you might end up with, there should always be 4 bubbles on screen, basically, but it's possible you might end up with like 3 bubbles on screen, and the bubble that you're supposed to pop here won't be one of them. So if you do happen to run into that, and basically you can't continue to play the game. So if you do happen to run into that issue, please let me know. It won't happen in a practice game. It'll only happen in a one-on-one game, which I know that's catastrophic. That'd be, a catastrophic loss. But if you do happen to find it, let me know. Wow, we got a full leaderboard here now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I like it. I like it. It'd be cool to maybe show, like, this is just a super basic leaderboard. This is like the bare minimum basic thing I could do. I do want to kind of have like phony fake usernames that get generated to put along there as well. And maybe have like a bigger leaderboard, like maybe like, 20 or 25 records. Right now it's just 10, so it's only showing the top 10. It's only keeping track of the top 10. Kodako's up to 59. 59-0 though. Nice. Maybe 60 next week. All right, I got to take a quick bathroom break. So we'll be right back. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere unless you guys want to. If score is greater than 150, name equals Trioxy. I like that, Drogos. I like it. I like it. All right, we'll be right back here. Whew. We are back. Trioxky is upping his Kodakov scores greater than 250. Hacker. Pretty much. There is a speed cap of 1800. Pretty much. 1800. If you do more than that, the server will probably disconnect you. Because it'll be like, that's not what the client should normally be doing. That's kind of my rate limiting thing built in. Because that's based on the theoretical, you're sending 160 mouse updates a second. Or 160. You're sending 60 mouse updates a second. So if you sent like all pops, that would be like the record before the server would kick you out. Trioxky, you're upping the max to 160. I don't know, Trioxky. You've been saying that. You've been saying... But I said 140 is my limit. Yeah, but you got 140 for the first time yesterday. So it's like you're just going to keep upping that. I mean, you've literally like upped your speed like 50%. Or 150%. In before 200 record. Whoops, ow. Slammed my hand on the mic stand. Slammed my hand on the mic stand. Oh boy. All right, so... Ow, man, I actually got a little... Scrape the skin up there. Okay. I'm printing some values to the console here. Match.js 2. Are those still happening? Or is that old now? Maybe that's old. Oh, the line width is updating now. I like it. It looks nasty because, yeah, I like the line width. The chunkier line width feels better. Whoops. Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel better? All right. How did I do that? Did I do that right before? Oh, I changed. Oh, yeah, we changed that one thing, and that was all we needed to do. Oh, wait, we're still missing one part. Okay, so we changed that. Is the ghost... Wait, there is no ghost anymore. Oh, no, there is a ghost. Oh, it does look better. Okay, good. It does look better. That was, the console was still open, technically. All right, nice. When the browser console's open, the line looks nasty because it looks all kind of pixely because all of a sudden, when the console's open, Chrome starts sending your full native mouse refresh rate to the game, so to the browser. So otherwise, it's just synced with the refresh rate right now, so it looks smoother. Okay. All right. That's looking pretty good. I like it. I like the thickness update. It feels better. Just feels more, I don't know. Is it possible to delete scores from the leaderboard or one IP have one score, because I could go and refresh sometimes and take the whole leaderboard for myself? Yeah, Trioxy, that's something I've kind of been trying to figure out. Cactus Man, what's going on? Good to see you, Cactus Man. Yeah, Trioxy, I haven't exactly figured out how we really want to do that yet. And there's the thing is, I don't know if there really is a way to not do that. I mean, like, unless you said, like an IP kind of thing, but that I don't know. Fingerprinting, yeah. I mean, we might maybe come up with some kind of fancy way to really keep track of something, but I don't know. I don't know yet. For now, we're gonna. For now, this is the way it'll be. And that's part of the reason why I want to kind of go with daily leaderboard kinds of things, that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm loving the line width update. This stuff's it's feeling really nice now. It's feeling just much more, I don't know, just better. You scale everything up. The line widths of everything scale up, so the tail's bigger. Oh, it just feels great. All right. Simplest method is to create accounts, but IDK, why you into that? Or just when you enter the site, you need to type your username. Well, yeah, Trioxy, I'm trying to avoid kind of both of those things, because I'd rather not have now a system with user accounts, just because it kind of implies, I was talking about this yesterday a little bit, kind of just, it would take more work and maintenance to do that, and I'm trying to keep it more simple than that. If I was like really saying like, okay, Populus is like my dream game, I'm going to be working on to that. Are you into that? Oh, okay. Yeah, basically it's more work than I'd like to deal with for right now. I mean, I want the game to be easily accessible for people to jump in and kind of have the max fun without having to like create accounts too. So that's part of it as well. Like, I think it should just be a game where you literally go to the site and you have like one click to start playing. That's kind of been my main thing. My main focus, I should say. Hacks ball. Nice. Yeah, so that's actually how I've brought up Slitherio before too, as being that it's a very similar thing. Yeah, you make up a nickname or whatever. Yeah, it's not like a username, like a user account username, unique or whatever, but it's just a name that you make up so you have that on your thing. The one thing I am going to do is I am going to have usernames, Trioxky. They'll just be randomly generated though, rather than something you type, just so I can deal with having to filter out bad words and stuff like that, you know, like instead we just have like a random username generated, and then, you know, that'll be just throwing out some ideas. No, I appreciate it. All right, so I'm liking the new line width thing. And then when you get really small, like everything is, those lines are actually less than a pixel now. So they, at some point they go less than a pixel. So then they end up being this very tiny little color. Oh, but our mistake thing. Yeah, see, I don't have that change with the size of the window, but I do need to do that. Actually, that's one thing I want to look at right now, I think, is I think we can do that now. I wanted to kind of beef up we're going to look at the cursor crash indicator. That's what that thing is. We're going to make that a lot better. Cursor crash position marker. There's cursor crash position marker and cursor crash indicator. I don't remember which one's which. Blink on. Okay, this is the one with the sine wave. So that is, we want the cursor crash indicator. All right, so what I'm going to do is actually we'll go to our cursor effect manager. I can close a bunch of these files now. Actually, I'm going to do a, no, I'm not going to do a commit right now. Okay, so we're going to go to cursor effect manager, and then whenever we have a crash, we do a cursor crash indicator and a cursor position marker. So it's the crash indicator. Wait, we get rid of that, we get rid of that, yeah. Okay, so let's, I got rid of the blinking dot now for right now. Yes, so right now we just have the little red thing. And I kind of like the way that is. But I want more. I want more than just the one little red dot. And the line width needs to be updated. So, where we go, we're going to go back to cursor crash indicator. And we need to set like an actual line width. Somewhere. I guess, oh yeah, I guess we do that right here. This dot line width equals canvas wrapper. Guess we needed to import that. Canvas wrapper. Got a second delivery rescheduled to today later. Sizes dot line width. Okay, that should be good. Second delivery rescheduled today, later today. Ooh. All right, that's already looking a lot better. Yes, okay. Phone battery bulge popping off the back cover. Yikes. Yikes. I think that's a fire hazard. All right, so I kind of want to change this. So I ordered new battery replacement and replacement adhesive. Yeah, I can't charge it. Afraid to come close to it. Yeah, believe it. Yeah, you probably just want to like put it in a box or something and. But you're gonna have to pop that old battery out. Whew. Put on the safety glasses. All right, so I'm starting to think about maybe we need to make this a little different. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy and duplicate this file. Paste. I thought I hit copy. How do I got to do that. Okay, so we're going to go, I guess we'll do rename old. This will be the old one. Whoops, there we go. All right, so what we're going to do, cursor crash indicator is not going to extend circle. Cursor crash indicator is going to extend entity. Import entity from entity entity.js. Extends x entity. There we go. Can't spell anything today. You guys ever play the Zachtronics games at all? My brother-in-law got me Exapunks. Gifted it for my birthday. And that's a sick game. That's a sick game. For the programmers out there, you got to love games like that. It's like a little program. For those of you that don't know what it is, Exapunks, it's a game where you're kind of like a hacker and you program these little like nanobots to go around and do things. And you kind of write like this assembly like kind of programming language to do it. It's just very, very, very simple, but obviously, you know, behaves like a programming language. So you've got like loops and stuff that you can set up and all sorts of cool stuff. It's really cool. Not now, but maybe you could change text to logos. IDK, what you think about that? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. I'll have to check out this image here. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, for the links. I gotcha. That's not a bad idea, Trioxy. I like it. Yeah, I probably should do that. Did I say Exapunks? It is Exapunks. Yeah, it's Exapunks, not Exapunk. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so what I want to do is make the little red ring, instead of just a single ring when you make a mistake like that, I want it to be a few. If that kind of makes sense. So I want there to be like a couple multiple individual rings. Maybe like 4 or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we end up going with. Wait, do I need that cursor trail ghost anymore? Do I really need that? Yeah, actually, the ghost is kind of nice still. All right. Anyway. Okay, so cursor crash indicator is now going to be an entity, and we're going to have an array of circles. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have an array of circles. Okay, so we're not going to have any params that we pass in the constructor. We're going to have an array of circles, I guess, right? So call super, and then we're going to have this dot circles equals circles. And we're going to have, we're not going to have any animations. Are we? Actually, I think we are. Okay, circles, size. We're technically going to need all this. Okay, so what I'm going to do. Yeah, we're going to get rid of init. I'm pretty sure. We're going to have a static create method. And basically, we're going to pass in an X and a Y position, I guess. Cursor pose, maybe we call that cursor pose. Is that what this other one was? Params dot. Yeah, I think it's going to be cursor position. Let's look at this. So if we go to cursor effect manager. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot one thing here. Didn't I? Open path, params dot points. Yeah, cursor trail. We need to add super draw. Cursor trail ghost. Where did I add the line width thing? Oh, maybe that was just part of the open path. Maybe that's all I needed to do. Hang on a second here. Hang on. Hold the phone. I feel like I didn't finish this yet. Open path. Yeah, we need a line width. Super draw CTX. Okay, let's look at open path real quick here. Open path, CTX line width equals this dot line width. Okay. So when I do a cursor trail, where do we actually create the cursor trail? In the match. Create cursor trail. Line width is going to equal 7. Something ridiculous here. Yeah, okay. Okay. So specify line width with canvas wrapper dot sizes dot line width. Actually, no, we're not going to configure that there. We're going to specify it in the cursor trail itself. So we'll say this dot line width equals. We'll just set it there. Okay. And then we can get rid of it from there. And then, let's see, cursor trail ghost. Let's see. Cursor trail ghost is the same thing, I guess. We do this dot, oops. Yeah, there's other ways we could do this and make it better, but whatever. Okay. Okay, something broke. Canvas wrapper is not defined in cursor trail JS9. Okay. So we got to import that really quickly here. We've got to import it. Cursor trail and cursor trail ghost, I guess. Need import canvas wrapper from canvas wrapper.js. Oops. Oh, don't know what I did there. What? I just wanted to copy this, but somehow I tabbed out or something. There we go. All right. Okay, so now this should work, right? I like the chunkier line width. I really do. Yes, beautiful. All right, so if we close the console, yeah, it looks better for sure. Beautiful. Hey, wait a minute. Did that update? No. That's right. The resize. All right, I'm going to go the extra mile. I'm going to go the extra mile. We're going to do the resize thing. Cursor trail. This dot draw equals that. Stop points, blah, 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 blah. Super draw, draw. Actually. It'll run the first time and be fine. We just need to come in here and do an event listener for event. Window resized. And we do a listener. And it's going to be that. And it's going to be that. And there. Trioxy's back. Going for breaking the 151. And we're going to say this dot line width equals canvas wrapper dot ctx dot line width. Or no, canvas wrapper dot sizes dot line width. Yes, it's working now. Beautiful. All right, looks weird, but good. Wait a minute. Is it just me or is it? No, that is right. Okay, but we're using. Yeah, okay. All right, so. Whoa, all right. That was a good stretch. All right, I think we are done with the cursor trail shenanigans now. I think we got all that stuff squared away. Everything's just looking, feeling pretty good. Wow, the line widths and everything. Oh, it just feels so much better. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the outline hover thing yet, but the outlines and stuff just feel crisp and lovely. All right. Okay, so I was going to work on something now. Or we were working on something. Oh, yeah. Okay, cursor trail stuff's done. I'm pretty sure. We're back to our cursor crash indicator. I closed that one accidentally. Cursor crash indicator. Ooh, whoops. Dang it. Darn it. Rename. Blah. Ah, man, I did the wrong thing. I renamed the wrong one. No, we're not going to update the imports. Okay, so cursor crash indicator. All right, so we're gonna have oh wait a minute here. Cursor, okay, cursor effects dot push, cursor crash indicator, cursor crash indicator, position, color, okay. Config.colors.red, right. Okay. So cursor crash indicator, we're gonna go in here, we're going to we're just gonna have a const ring count, I guess, equal 4. And then we are going to we're gonna have const rings equals an array, and then we are going to say for ring for let I equals 0, I is less than ring count, I plus equals 1. So we're going to loop for each of those, and then we're going to rings.push. We're going to do new circle. Oh, wait a minute. That's not what I meant to do. No. Okay, so we're going to push a new circle. Yeah, I flarbed that one up. Okay, so rings.push, new circle. Rings.push, new circle. Size r equals 0. They're always going to initialize to 0. I guess we're going to have rings and const ring anims. It's going to equal an array as well. And then we're going to do ring anims dot push new animation. Okay. So the radius is always going to start out as 0. All right, so again, what are we trying to accomplish here? Right now, I just have the one ring that fires out like that around the cursor when you make a mistake. So like I make a mistake, that ring expands, right? But I think I want to have it more like 5 rings or 4 rings, kind of go like that to give you like a little bit better indicator of where you made the mistake, right? And we can play around with all the values, like how many rings we want, how many space in between, how much space in between the rings, all of that stuff. So we'll play around with all of those numbers once we actually get this. But I basically got rid of the old, or the little sine wave pulsing dot thing, because I feel like that's just not, I mean, that works, but I feel like this will just look more elegant, I guess. So that's kind of the idea. We want something where it's going to look maybe a little bit like that, just for a second, right? I think it'll like catch your eye better. Catch your eye better. More. Catch your eye more. So actually, what I want to look at, I kind of like this relative size. Because one thing we don't have is the radius of the radius of this is in, the radius of the red thing is in pixels. So notice how this thing is only like that long now, or that big now, but when we shrink it down, the circles are much bigger relative to the size of the circle. That's because it's a hard-coded pixel value rather than a... Oh, you know what? In fact, I don't even think R, size of R, value, T, start value, end value. 50 pixels. Yeah, that's all it is. So it's a 50 pixel circle at the end of the animation. So we're going to change that to being a relative sized thing. So if you have the screen big, it'll be, you know, bigger. And I think this will actually be pretty nice. I think it'll be a lot better than, it'll catch your eye more, but it'll also give you a good indication of where the mistake happened. You know, if you see like 5 little rings here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you see that after you make a mistake for like a second, like that'll just be very clear. Okay, so so I'm turning currently this cursor crash indicator object, what used to just be a circle object that had a little extra extension to it with the animation for the one circle, but now I'm making this an entity that's going to have like 5. You know, it's going to have an array of circles rather than being a circle in and of itself. And then it's going to have an array of circles, an array of animation objects for those circles. And it's going to be like the manager for all of the circles, rather than it itself being a circle with some extra funky features added. If you catch my drift. Does that make sense? So we've got a ring. So now I've got a rings array, and that's going to be all the circles. And then we got an array that will be the animations. And so we loop for. I'm just doing I just have this for quick tweaking right now. But ring count is 4. So we'll move this out to our like configuration file. But this will be, we can tweak this. We can make it 3. We can make it 5. Something like that. We don't want to make it too many because we don't want to be just adding a bunch of drawable objects on screen for not really any good reason. Sorry, my speakers muted themselves. All right, so 4, we're doing that loop. Then we're going to loop over each animation. Whoa! Lua Legit is now following. I believe that's Lua Legit. Like Lua, the programming language. Nice. Lua Legit, what's going on? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. I really do. Just in time for me to wake up my speakers and hear the little jingle. I like it. Lua, just in case you're new around here, I'll give you a little plug on what we're working on. We're working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a stupid game where you pop bubbles. It's pretty much all there is to it. And you can play it right now. Populus.gg. Actually, yeah, it's in the chat. Well, yeah, in the chat. I'll throw it down there in the chat again. Trioxy threw it down there a few minutes ago. But Populus.gg. This is the front page when you look at it. When you go to Populus.gg, you can play or you can practice. If you play, it's a one-on-one race. You and your opponent are popping the same bubbles. Otherwise, practice is just kind of a solo mode. So I hit play and found an opponent right away. Perhaps that is you, Legit. So basically, you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. You're popping bubbles inside of this boundary circle here. And basically, you're popping a bubble that matches this color right here. And this is going to show you what bubbles are up next. So you hover over this orange bubble. You spacebar or you left click to pop. I prefer the spacebar. And you just keep going. You just see how many bubbles you can get. And this bar up there on the top, that kind of shows like your opponent's progress versus yours. So throughout the game, so you'll see that red dot moving depending on how well you or your opponent is doing. And then at the end of the match, you see some stats. So I popped 10 bubbles. My opponent popped 15. So you are blue and your opponent is red. And you can see how many mistakes you made. So a mistake is like... mistake is going out of the boundary circle here. So anytime you see the red flash, that's a mistake. And otherwise, just popping dead space, that's a mistake. Or just missing a bubble altogether. I'm supposed to pop brown, but I popped green. That's a mistake. So that's pretty much all there is to it. Yeah, it's kind of like Osu. I don't know. It's just supposed to be kind of a little skill game requiring mouse moving and everything like that. That was kind of my idea for it. I'm somewhat new to game development, so, or at least taking it somewhat seriously. So that I wanted to kind of make a game that was simple and something that kind of worked. And something that worked easy, wasn't too out of scope for myself. Wasn't too complicated or ambitious, I should say. And we got a leaderboard now, so you can see some insane leaderboards. Trioxy, the legend himself, the #1 Populus player in the world, has done this 151 pops. So he did that today. So his score is he made a video of that 151. So it's on the Discord. So for anyone out there, I have a Discord. You can join if you want. Link is down there in the chat. Yeah, true. So there's a Populus section on the Discord, and there's a high scores channel, and you can see Trioxy's video of his 151. He uploaded it to YouTube. So killer 151 pops. It's like watching I don't know what it's like watching, but it's just insane. So right now I'm working on kind of beefing up the UI. And what I mean by that is right now, like if you resize the game, this boundary circle doesn't resize. So, oops. So here I'm on populus.gg right now. The boundary circle and the mouse trail and like these outlines, these don't resize with the screen, right? They look good at about this size, but then when you resize, like the line thickness is still the same and it just looks funky. So I fixed that already. And here's my development version. So now these line widths really beef up and they look much better. If I close the console, yeah, then we get less jaggies there. But yeah, basically it's just looking a lot nicer. I'm having some, yeah, and I'm in the middle of kind of coming up with a nicer looking little error animation. Because currently on the live site, the animation is like this little red ring that expands and fades out, and then there's the little like blinking dot. So I'm getting rid of the blinking dot altogether, the little pulsing dot. And I am basically I'm gonna make it now so that it's kind of like something like this, where you maybe see like 5 rings or something like that. But currently, none of that's working right now, so none of that's working at all. So that's what we're working on right now. Ah. I thought I heard some weird sound. Actually, I'm right at a good spot. I'm gonna take a quick, tiny little snack break because I'm getting kind of hungry. It's already 1:30 p.m. my time, so you guys can run up the leaderboards here right now if you can. We've got some 38's the bottom slot there on the leaderboard right now, so you guys can beef that up. Yeah, so I'm gonna take a quick little snack break, and we'll be right back here. 2 seconds, not that quick, but a little quicker, maybe 5 seconds. Woo! We are back. All right, sorry for that. It was a little bit longer of snack break than I was expecting. My wife just got home from work, though, too, so we were kind of chatting a bit. All right. Well. Man, we're still waiting for that new emote. We've got the new good job emote, which is... In fact, I think we unlocked another emote slot now, too. So now we've got... I think we've got 3 emotes available. So that's pretty sick. Thank you guys so much for the subs and all this stuff. It's insane. What are we at? 20 subs? You guys are nuts. Really appreciate it. There we go. You guys are crazy. All right. So... Ooh, oh, whoops. That's the, there we go. Here we go. This is starting to look so much better now. I love the way this looks a lot better. We are getting there. We are getting there to having some nicer graphics. All right, so... All right, so we're creating some circles, and we're creating some animations. And I'm trying to think. I don't think we want to actually have these things resize. Because they're so, like, they only last for, like, a couple seconds, if even that, and then it's gone. Ooh, and we've got a size animation and a fade animation. 2 animations for each thing? Really? Do we really need to do that? I think we do. Ring size anims and ring, I guess we'll do ring fade anims. Rings, ring, size anims, and ring fade anims. Whoops. And we're going to pass in rings. We're going to pass in ring size anims and ring move fade anims. All right. Yes. This. All right, so I'm just doing a little extra setup here. Okay, so we're gonna do all of this stuff. Yeah, so I can move all of this out of here. We're gonna move all of this down. And okay, so we've got size. Or I guess we'll say const ring equals new circle, and then we'll push ring. Actually, I guess we'll do this for all of them because we're gonna create the new one and it's gonna be a little trickier. A little trickier to come up with than I was realizing. All right, so we get rid of this. We set the draw style. We could pass the line width in like this. Yes. The draw style. Oh, Z index can go through this part as well. Let's put these all in one line. Size, line width, and Z index. I'm just going to equal this. Oh my goodness. So that's ring. And I guess we do ring dot init, and then we push the ring. And we do the animation. I guess we const. Whoops. Const ring size anim equals new animation. Pass that in, or we call it init, and then we push. And then we do one more for this old boy here. Const ring fade anim equals new animation. Do ring fade anim dot push, or dot init. Maybe I can just make this like. Yeah, that's gonna work. Busting out the Waterloo Black Cherry Seltzer. Probably the best black cherry sparkling water I've ever had. All right. All right. So what do we need for this animation? You know what? I'm going to put these all back down on their own individual lines here. Might as well just make this look nice and clear. All right, so there's another component we're going to need here, and we're going to need a timer because we're going to need to delay, because again, I want the well, now I can't really show it, but I can show it on the live site. So I want, again, ignore that center red filled in circle with the black outline, right? What I want is something that looks kind of like the circles that are expanding outward, right? The little fading, expanding out circles. So I want to have like a thing that looks like that. Whenever you make one mistake, which it just currently just fires one of those rings out, but I want it to be like 5 or 4 of them. So I need to have like a timer that kicks off the animations for each of those at some interval, right? Like I'm doing these, you know, it needs to be like every time I tap the space bar, it starts a new one. So I got to like have that timer, you know, run the distance between those clicks that I was just doing. So there needs to be a timer that's like firing off the animation for each of those individually. So we need to do well, ring size anim dot pause. Oh boy. We need to call pause on that. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, so we've got the size animation. Let's go up here to look at what we want for that. So I'm just going to copy and paste this stuff here. Oh boy. Control C. Okay, so this is the size anim. I'm just going to copy this down. We're going to tweak it a little bit. But this is what the current live version is doing. Okay. So one thing I'm going to add destruct on elapsed, which is a timer thing. Destruct on elapse. It's going to be false. I'm going to add that to both of these. On elapsed, we're going to call that callback. Okay. Because normally what that on elapsed callback fires and then it gets, okay. Beautiful. All right, so we can keep just this max duration for right now. We can keep the equation, it's just a linear thing. Groupith, staying warm this week? No, definitely not Groupith. Welcome back, Groupith. What's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, it's cold out there, isn't it? Groupith is also from Wisconsin, where I'm hailing from, or where I'm currently located. So it's cold. I kind of thought, like typically January, or at least the last few years, January's just been rough. But we got through January with like above freezing weather a lot of the time. And then all of a sudden, and I was like, oh yeah, this is going to be a nice mild winter. And then we get to February and like right away in February, boom, single digits. And then last few days we've had those negative digits. Yeah, I had to work outside yesterday. Not fun. Woo. Yeah, I believe it. I think I had to go outside once yesterday. I think I had to run the garbage out to the garage. Big slap in the face, indeed. How's the clicker going, Groupith? The tractor harvest game. I butchered the name, I'm sure, but Farmer Click. That's what it was called. Right. Nice. All right. Okay, so this 50. Ooh, yeah, that one stays the same. That's beautiful. Well, actually, no, not. It's going to be ring.color. Ring.color.set. Yes. And this one is going to be ring.size.r. But this 50, all right, this is 50 pixels. I kind of like that at about this size. So I'm going to use that 50 pixels and I'm going to convert that into a ratio rather than a hard 50 pixels. We're going to convert that into a number. Basically, we're going to divide 50 pixels by the height of the screen. And that's going to be some small fraction. And that's going to be the ratio that we want to store. Because then we can use that ratio to size up, to scale up our ring. Well, should I just leave it at 50 for right now? Actually, maybe let's just leave it at 50 for right now to test, until we test. And then once we're ready to start tweaking values, we can do that. I actually took a small break on that to work on a simple JS to-do app. Nice. Just learning the basics. It taught me a lot about scoping, when I can use variables and when I can't. Gotcha. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, scope is super important. It's one of the things, like I take it for granted because it's like one of the things when you do it a bunch, you just get it and you're like, oh yeah, I know why I don't have access to that thing. But learning it is like, it can be tricky. It can be tricky. I posted in self promo. Did you post just now? Or from, oh nice. You got it. You got the simple to do app there. Nice. Sweet. Nice. It's looking pretty good. I like it. Took me an hour to figure out how to hit enter to add list time instead of the button. It's like winning a lottery. Add, oh, list item. To add list item instead. I think I read it that way the first time. You're talking about hit the enter key instead of like clicking or something. Gotcha. Yeah, actually, off the top of my head, I'm not even sure how to do that. Because you have to have like focus on the thing, right? On the control. Unless you had it at the whole window level or something. I don't know. Maybe that's why you're talking about scope being important. Knowing what control that you've got focus on or whatever. Yeah, well, I don't know, Groupith, I don't know if you were around for like the leaderboard stuff that we went live with that last week. I don't think you were. I'm having fun so far, and it's progress I can show friends and family. Yeah, for sure, for sure. No, it's good stuff. Yeah, I mean, what you're doing, that's the way to go. Just kind of picking little projects to make and do and figure it out, and trial and error is kind of the way to make things, you know. Because it kind of forces you, like, just sitting down and making coming up with a project and trying to build it is like not signing up for 200 tutorial courses. Yeah, definitely not. Like, you might need something to kind of get you started, right? To like actually teach you how to actually run some code or write some code and have it run in the browser, right? But you got to like get started with something with that. But yeah, it's way better to come up with your own like end goal and just try to get there, you know, try to figure it out. Because you're going to be doing two things by that. You're going to be like learning the language, one, just syntax, how stuff works. Two, you're going to be kind of figuring out like architecture stuff, you know, like you're going to be thinking a little more abstract. Like, how do I put this? I got to have something here that connects to this thing and they talk somehow, you know, stuff like that. Take the training wheels off. Yeah, for sure. That's the way to, you know, they say code to learn, not learn to code or whatever, or code to something, however the phrase goes. Learn to code, now that's a whole other phrase. But that's what I'm doing with Populus. It's pretty much what Populus is, just me trying to figure out how to make a game and make it work. Yeah, we added leaderboard groupeth. I don't know if you saw any of that. Just a rough little crappy leaderboard for right now that basically just shows, it doesn't show any users or anything like that, but it just shows the top 10 games so far, until I restart the server, then it goes away. So yeah, it's kind of so many moments last night where I was like, well, I could do it like this. If I do it like that, I can access this, etc., tons of problem solving. Yeah, it's all problem solving for sure. Yeah, I mean, that to me is like the fun part, you know. Figuring out, you know, the more the system design kind of stuff, the architectural kind of stuff. All right, so okay, so we said we're gonna keep, yeah, we start with a radius of 0 for all of those rings. We start with yeah, we're just going to do a hard-coded 50 pixels like we have been. We've got this. Ring.sized. Yeah, this will be good. Destruct on, okay. Now we need, okay, so we pause all of those things. And I guess maybe we should unpause the first one. So we should do ring size anims 0 dot resume, ring size anims 0, oh wait, fade anims 0 dot resume. Okay. Looking good. Yeah, because we want the first ring to start animating right away. Again, what are we trying to do? We're trying to, like right now, if you make a mistake, that we don't care about the pulsing circle in the middle there with the black ring around it. We care about the ring that's expanding out and fading out like that, right? That's what we care about. So what we want to do is we want to have like 4 of them. Or 5 of them or something. We want it to look like this, right? Graphically. So I'm clicking a bunch of times, making a bunch of errors to simulate that. But I want like 4 rings to come out when I make one mistake. So I think that'll just make the mistake more clear, exactly the position you were at when you made the mistake. So we want like 4 of those rings. And what that means is we have 4 different ring objects that are going to draw on the screen. We've got 4 different animation objects that are going to kind of be offset and animating out. Or 4 or 5 or whatever. We'll be able to change it to whatever we want, which is kind of the cool part. So the first animation, the first ring, we want that to start animating immediately, right away. There's not going to be any delay, right? That red ring, that first red ring is going to start animating, growing and expanding or fading out immediately. And which is great. So we paused all the animations when we set them up so that they don't start running right away. But then we unpause the first one. We say, all right, the first one you're going to run right away. But now we need like a timer. We're going to need like a timer object that I guess maybe the timer could run, reset itself, and then when the timer elapses, it's going to kick off the next animation. And that timer, we can express, the duration of that timer in, well, it'll be in milliseconds. But then we can give like our delay between the rings or something. We can express that in a value of like milliseconds, I guess. So like if we want it to look faster, like all Twilight Zone crazy, like a bunch of rings really tight like that. It could be like that, or it could be something more like that. So that we can play around with once we get it, but we're going to need a timer object that runs, elapses, kicks off the next animation, runs, elapses, kicks off the next animation, like runs 4 times or something. I think that's what we want. Yeah, so maybe we actually want to have, all right, so I'm going to get rid of these other things that we don't need anymore. And then I think we'll have this dot ring delay timer. I don't know what to call it. Ring delay timer equals new timer. We auto imported. Look at that. Beautiful. Our timer.js file auto imported. That is. Trioxky. What's going on, Trioxky? Don't tell me you set the new world record or something, did you? Oh! Sorry if that was loud. 152. 152. Trioxky. The man, the myth, the legend. Did you get a video of that one too? Yeah, sick. Did you do 60 FPS this time? But I'll try something better. If not, I'll post the 152 and 3. Gotcha. IDK how to. If you go in your OBS settings, video. Yeah, settings, video, common FPS values should be in there. I'm looking at Streamlabs OBS right now. I'm looking at mine, but I'm pretty sure that should match 1-to-1 to normal OBS. So settings, video, and then you should have that setting in there. I'm just saying because the 60 FPS would just look crisp. It'd be mint. I watched the movie Super 8 with my wife a couple days ago, over the weekend, I think. And the one kid says mint all the time for stuff that's good, for like sweet. He's just like, that's mint. So I'm kind of thinking of adopting that because it's pretty dope. It's pretty mint to say mint, if you know what I mean. For my to-do app, instead of creating an li element for a list item, I should create a div with a checkbox and X button to delete individual item. Is that how you would do it? Groupith, what you're doing is like I know you mentioned you're going to start looking at React at some point, because like what you're doing is like what you do in React. So I'd encourage you to still kind of screw around with this, but when you get to React, you're going to see like this crazy blend of HTML and JavaScript together. This like weird, it's going to be weird. You don't want to be weirded out by it. They call it JSX even. Just it's like this weird HTML kind of thing and JavaScript in one thing. But anyway, I mean, I don't know if I have a preference with that, with what you're saying. An li versus a div with a checkbox. I mean, probably what you're saying kind of makes sense, because if you did just an li, yeah, you couldn't really put anything else in it, right? So React will just make life easier, not harder. Yeah, but I would say you don't want to get yourself too like swamped with like new things, you know? So that's why I'm saying, you know, you'll get to React and you'll be like, oh, this is kind of cool for drawing front end stuff, but or for, you know, updating stuff on the screen. Yeah, vanilla JS, that's a good skill. It's a good skill that a lot of people probably, you know, everything is so much like use this framework, use React, use whatever. So it is good to start with vanilla JS and just like understand what the browser needs to do stuff, right? Because when you write React, you're putting this layer in between you and the browser now, where you're writing this middle fancy thing that then gets taken and spit out into something that the browser actually understands. The browser doesn't know what JSX is. It has no idea what those things are. That all has to get turned into actual JavaScript that actually creates HTML elements and whatever. So it's good to know what the browser actually does and can do. And React is kind of just like a tool so that you don't have to, I don't know, do whatever I'm trying to say. All right. So, where did I leave off here? All right, well, we started creating this new timer. So we've got a max dir of 250 maybe, 250 milliseconds or something in between. Something like that. And we're going to need like a this dot actually. Ring to animate, or ring ID to animate equals 1. We'll start it at 1. And then timer. On elapsed automatically. Ooh, repeat on elapsed. That's what we want to do. We're going to have a repeat on elapse true. We're going to have an on elapsed function here. We're not going to care. We don't care about on tick at all. I think this is all we want. Max dirt, repeat on elapsed, and on elapsed. Max dirt, on elapsed. Repeat on elapsed. Okay, on elapsed. Repeat on elapsed. True on elapsed. Struct on elapsed. False. That's right. Struct on elapse is going to be false. And this, and wait a minute, is this supposed to be on elapsed? Okay, sweet. I want to add features, but some of them are like, well, I got to delete 90% of my code. This is going to be fun. Yeah, I got you, Groupith. That's kind of, yeah, it takes practice to kind of, you'll kind of be doing that. You still might be doing that even once you're more experienced, where you're like, oh, to do this is going to kind of have to, blow away a bunch of stuff. Or refactor. Refactor is kind of the word we use to say, like, I might have a bunch of code for this one thing in this spot here, but maybe now that I want to add this new feature, that code kind of needs to get commingled out somewhere else, or whatever, kind of handled in some other level. Refactoring, that's kind of what we refer to it as. I say we as if I'm some sort of part of some programming collective. But yes, refactor. Yep. Which I did actually a bit of that today. In fact, that's kind of what we're doing right now. Well, we're adding more things, but yeah, as you kind of get experience, like, you just kind of need to feel that out as you go. Like, you will get better at kind of like separating things kind of as you go, and then when you do need to refactor, or you do need to kind of add some new features, sometimes the damage, it's not going to be like this colossal, like, I'm just going to destroy all the code pretty much and start over again. You will have that. You will have some pretty big projects where as you go, you're just like, I'm just going to have to like redo a bunch of this. But yeah, you'll that's something that comes with experience too, just kind of figuring out ways you can make certain things modular, so that when you do need to change things, you're not gonna like screw up a bunch of everything else. All right, I gotta tinkle, so be right back. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. All right, we are back. She actually got me covered. Sunglasses toilet. I like it. All right. So, all right, we've got a new little timer here that's going to delay so we can kick off the animation of those other rings. So it's going to kick off a new ring every 250 milliseconds, basically, is what we want. I think that's what we want. So I need to ring ID to animate. Ring fade anim. Okay, I'm not gonna do, okay. Okay. All right, so we're gonna have, so this timer will automatically reset itself. So it'll run 250 milliseconds, reset itself, and run 250 milliseconds. But we don't want it to run, it's not gonna run infinitely. It's not gonna repeat this process infinitely. It's going to run, and then we're gonna like keep track of what, so I've got this ring ID to animate, which we're gonna start at number 1, because we already start at 0. We start 0 immediately. So then this timer's gonna run 250 milliseconds later, then it's gonna fire off ring 2, which is, well, ring 0 is first, then ring 1 is second. So, and then it's gonna continue, but basically we wanna go until we don't, I guess basically we just need to do a check if, I guess we'll say, basically we're kind of setting up like a little while loop here. So if this dot ring ID to animate is less than this dot rings dot length, else, then we're going to destruct. And then I guess the, well, yeah, then this dot ring ID to animate. Oh, actually, we could do it. We can do it a little more simply here. We can kick off. We can kick off the animations right away. So we can do this dot ring size anims. This dot ring ID to animate. Size anims dot resume. Okay, so we resume the animation. The animations are all queued up and ready to go. We just need to resume them. So we do the same thing with the size animation and the fade anim. Oh my goodness, the fade animation. And then we do whoops. Okay. Okay, ring size anims, ring fade anims. And then we basically do this dot ring ID to animate plus equals 1, and then we're going to do an if this dot ring ID to animate is is greater than this dot rings, or wait a minute, I guess we'll say equals this dot rings dot length. Yeah, because greater than would not be good. Then we destruct this dot destruct. Beautiful. All right, this should do it. So our timer object here will run 250 milliseconds, and it's going to loop. It's going to continue to loop. But we've got on our on elapsed, so when the timer expires, we've got a function that runs. So we kick off the animations, the next ring animations. And then we increment to the next index of the next ring that we're going to kick off from the next time the timer expires. And then, but if we're at the last ring, we just kicked off the animation of the last ring, then we destruct the whole object. Oh, wait a minute. Not quite. Set on elapsed. That's it. Okay, so they don't have on elapsed, and we're going to set a new on elapsed. And we're going to destroy the timer right there. So we're going to, okay. All right, so actually, I just realized we can't call destruct right away, because if we call destruct right away, we're going to kill, if we destruct the whole cursor crash thing, we're going to kill the animation before it finished of that last ring, or even, you know, yeah, I guess it would be of the last ring. No, it'd probably kill a bunch of rings. So we want those rings to finish. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to, we have to destruct the cursor crash indicator if the final once the final animation completes. That's when we need to destruct it. So, okay. So how do we want to do this? Do we increment? I guess we increment, and then if that new increment is equal to that, then we do this dot ring fade anims dot set on elapsed, and then we're going to pass a new function, and then we're going to call this dot destruct. Oh, ring fade anims, and this needs to be an array, and that's going to be this dot ring ID to animate -1, I guess. I guess that's what we're going to have to do. So go back to that previous ID. Okay. I think we've got it. We're going to see. We're going to see if we've got it. Wow, what in the world is this animation? Is this equation? Oh, that was that equation that Weemy gave us from way back, I think, from a long time ago. Because it's in it's got the caret power there, or like I started to convert it into, yeah, something ridiculous. All right, anyway, okay, so we got a couple more things we need to do here. We have to call .init on this, and we need to return this. And is this everything? I think so. And then this dot destruct, we are going to do for let I equal 0, I is less than this dot rings dot length, I plus equals 1. And then we're going to destruct, we're going to proceed to destruct each thing, and then we're going to this dot ring delay timer dot destruct. We're going to call destruct on that as well. Make sure we clean up everything, basically. This dot rings I dot destruct. This dot ring size anims I. Whoa. Dot destruct. This dot ring fade anims I dot destruct. Sweet. All right. Is this going to work? Cursor crash indicator. Let's make sure that cursor crash indicator.js. Got to make sure that everything pulls in okay here. Cursor crash indicator. Okay, we basically don't. We don't instantiate a new one here. We're just going to. We're going to. What in the world? Dot create and get rid of the new. Cursor crash indicator dot create. That's going to be this. We don't initialize it anymore. And then I guess we push that cursor effect on. Destruct each effect. Yes. All right, let's see if this works. I'm excited. It's been a while. It's been a lot of... Nope. Something bad happened. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Cursor crash indicator 990 line 93 cannot read property resume of undefined. All right, I'm gonna fix these one at a time here. 93. Okay. Cursor crash indicator line 93. Ring fade anims 0. Did I just spell something wrong? Is that all there is? Ring size anims. What? It's not really possible. How is that undefined? Cannot read resume of undefined. What in the world? We're pushing this onto these arrays, right? Ring size. Was it size? Cannot read property resume. Okay, it's saying that this element in this array is straight up undefined. Ring size anims. That's it. It's there. CLG ring size anims. Let's see what happens. Look at that. We got 4 animations. Okay, how come cannot read property resume of undefined? Am I just like going crazy here or what? It's an animation. We're getting the first one in the array. Yeah, like if I do this, this is going to be an animation. Yeah, look at that. It's an animation. And it's got a resume method, right? What? Okay, something else is going on here. We call it, the pauses are fine. Oh, look at that. I didn't push the animation here. Well, that's not the problem, though. That's not the problem here, though. It said the size. Okay, maybe that was the problem. But what in the... Oh, maybe I was just reading the wrong thing. Okay, maybe I was just reading the wrong line or whatever. I just assumed I was looking at the right thing. All right, because now we've got a different error now, which is good. Okay, uncaught cannot read property X of undefined at circle.js11. And where are we coming from for this? Okay, circle.js11. Object.circle.draw. Oh, we didn't specify the property. We actually, or a position property. We actually have to specify a position for our circle, which is going to be cursor pose. So we're going to say pose x equals cursor pose dot x, and y is going to equal cursor pose dot y. And I think that should be good enough because we passed the position in cursor effect manager. Oh. Player input. Oh, look at that. I guess we're going to have to say an X and a Y position here. We're going to, I guess I'll say cursor X, cursor Y, and then we're going to do cursor X, cursor X, cursor Y, cursor effect manager is going to say, this is going to have to be player input dot state dot pose dot x, player input dot state dot pose dot y. Yes. Okay. All right. In theory, we got it now. Let's see. Well, something's animating and it's partially happening correctly, but it's gray and it's not filled, or it's filled. It's not. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right. So the cursor position and everything's fine now. Somehow we're ending up with a gray. Oh, I guess for the circle, I didn't specify the color. So we can do that. Color, new color. And the new color is going to be config.colors.red. All right, and beautiful. Okay. We're getting there. We are getting there. All right, so at least now we should have a red thing, a red circle, but it's still, yeah. Okay, so we've got our red circle. But it's not, oh, we didn't set the fill style. We need to do ring.fill or ring.draw style. It's going to equal helper dot, oh. Yeah, that's right. I didn't quite finish this line here. Whoops. Didn't quite finish that here. So that's going to be helper dot draw stroke. Okay. All right, so we're getting there. We're getting there. At least now we should have the red line, the single red line. All right. Okay, perfect. We don't. What we don't have is the animation's working after the timer elapses. So what we need to do is oh, we didn't initialize the timer. That's the problem. Okay, so we go init. So our timer's not actually running, basically. And we need to do super.init. And then we need to do this dot ring delay timer dot init. Yes. Okay. So let's see how this works. All right, it almost works. It almost works. Let's change this from, let's change this to 100 milliseconds. All right, something's happening. False. False. Oops, let's go to, let's maybe make this 50. Okay, so we're getting the 4 lines. That's good. The 100 milliseconds looked pretty good, but for whatever reason, we're trying to do something wrong here. Cannot read property resume of undefined, and these are not making it all the way either. I guess that's the problem. Okay. Cursor crash indicator. What in the world? So we hit 27 and then one ran for some reason. Another one, somehow line 21 ran. Oh, okay. I know why. I guess what I should do technically is this dot ring delay timer dot destruct. I should do that. Actually up here. That's where that should be. So the timer still keeps running. I didn't think about that. The timer, there we go. Sweet. We cap out at like 290 something event listeners, and then you let go. See that event listener number there? Time's up. But doesn't slow anything down. I like it. LSD mode? Exactly, Groupeth. You should have saw it before, actually. We added this. I added this little, like, boundary here, or the little red ring here around the whole border when you make a mistake. But what I did first was I made just the whole screen, like, flash red. So that was definitely epilepsy-inducing, I think. All right, so this is it. I'm holding down the space bar to do this, so it's just firing a bunch of repeated clicks, basically. So that's kind of our problem there, but oh yeah, whenever you hit a bubble, this is kind of funny, actually. You know what? I'm gonna try this. If I hold down this, I could get somehow like a record number of, I'm gonna get a record number of like pops, and not record number of pops, but I'm gonna get a bunch of pops. And how is this 30 seconds? This is a really long 30 seconds. 94 popped, 786 mistakes. That's pretty sick. I mean, you can still do that now. I kind of want to just troll and do that up here, get like 90 something pops, and or maybe we would probably get 100 pops and like a ridiculously high amount of mistakes. I like it. Ooh, and actually, oh yeah, the line width is working. It's the radius we need to fix. And I don't quite, let's make this like 200 and see what this is like. Maybe like 150. All right, 100 and but for some reason the timer is not. Are we Nice, Trioxky. Nailed it. Yeah, just hold down that space bar. That's pretty much it. I love it. All right, for whatever reason, this is dying after okay. All right, so figure out a way to clear this over time. Okay. Cursor crash indicator. Okay, so something's still not right here because it's looking good, like our idea with our timer and everything is working. But the problem is somehow like, am I right? Like, there's something not right about that. Like, let's do a really slow. So instead of 600 milliseconds for each of the animations, we're going to make it 6,000 milliseconds. So 6 seconds. Okay, it worked there. And then, okay, so we'll do 6,000, and then we'll do, we're doing times 10. So this should spread everything out perfectly. Yeah, look at that. Oh, the fading is applying to all of them. See that? They're all fading out together. The opacity of each ring is the same. See that? See that? Like that whole thing is fading out as one. That's the problem. Man, that's kind of weird to look at. I bet you this would be one of those things like you could stare at like this. It'd be cool to like fill the entire screen with this. And you just stare at this slow thing moving like this. Speaking of LSD. You stare at this but instead of just like that short, it would fill the entire screen with rings. And then you stare at that for like 60 seconds, then you look away and it probably looks like the whole world is moving. You know? LSD simulator. Exactly. That's an idea. I should just create a bunch of, just create a site with a bunch of these weird optical illusions. And then, you saw that bug on the leaderboard. Oh, wait, I missed some of your messages, Trioxy. My arm got pumped, like at my training after this time of trying. What? 155? Trioxky, the legend. What do you mean bug? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bug? Oh, you mean like you're 155 or something? It's like a bug, a fake bug or something. I gotcha. Nice. That's sick. 155. You're blowing it away, Trioxy. You really are. This is awesome. I love it. So did you get video of the 155? Sick. Love it. All right, so okay, so the problem is that our so for each ring we do a new color. What in the world? I made a typo. I fat fingered. That was all it was. I did ring.size anim.pause. I didn't pause the fade animation because I typed the wrong one. That's all it was. That's all it is. Whoops. There it is. So now that outer ring's fading out. That looks so much better. That looks so much better. How many of these can we do before it slows down and breaks the entire game? Oh boy. Pretty trippy, huh? Oh. It's pretty cool all slowed down like that. I like it. Spirals. Ooh. See, I love computers. Just doing stuff like that. This is the best. I can do stuff like this all day. All right. Computers just do exactly what you tell them to do, and they do it beautifully. All right, so how many are we going to do here before we start to slow down, frame rate wise? I don't feel any slowness there. We got quite a few amount of drawables on screen there. Sweet. All right, so now this is working beautifully. So what we need to do is, and we're back to the 40 event listeners still. Our event listener, we don't have a leak anymore. All right, so we changed this to 600. We changed this other one back down to 150. So let's just see how this looks. Practice. So now that can be the new mistake indicator. I like it. Let's make 5 rings, maybe. Let's go to 5 and just see how that is. Builds $3,000 gaming PC to play Populus. Pretty much. Pretty much. All right, so we've got 5 rings. The one thing is, if you pop the right bubble, the animations just disappear. The mistake animations. And I kind of like that, but I don't know. All right, so we got 5 rings now. I feel like that's pretty good. It's pretty clear to me. I like it better than the original for sure. Oops. We're kind of running into like color issues now more than anything. Okay, so the next thing I need to do, what if we make this like a hair small? Just a hair smaller? Maybe just a hair bigger? All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do is right now we have a problem still where the radius of these when they fade out, they finish their animation, is 50 pixels, and that's fixed. So if I, like, notice how big it goes bigger than this circle, right? But it doesn't if I change the size of the window. It's still 50 pixels. And now it's really small compared to that. The radius of those circles at their max size, right? So that's what we need to fix. We need to get the radius of those circles out further. All right, so let's move that out to our config file. So end val here is going to be, I guess we calculate that up outside of the loop. We're going to say, we're going to have const ring r is going to equal, or ring max r, I guess we'll say. Ring max r is going to equal config dot cursor effects dot cursor position marker, crash position marker, crash indicator max r. Okay, so that's match client only nav meter bubble. Cursor effects. Cursor effects. All right, so we're gonna have crash indicator max R ratio is going to be, well, okay. Firstly, we need to do this. We need to CLG 50 divided by canvas wrapper dot sizes canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. There we go. Okay, so 0.079. That's what we're going with. So 0.079, and then that's all we needed to do. Well, not quite. But that we do config.cursoreffects.crash indicator max r ratio times canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height ring max r. So that's nval now. Yeah. Okay, so that works there. And then if we scale it up, works there as well. $110. I'm playing at 1440p here. This is pretty big. A lot of distance I have to move my cursor. $117. That kitty, good job. Thank you, Big Kitty. The new emote is almost, the new good job emote is almost ready, so Big Kitty doesn't have to type good job anymore. She can just throw the emote down there. May I put clothes in the dryer? Sure. We're waiting for that new emote to go live. All right, this is feeling pretty good. The only things, so I think we're getting maybe to the point where I'm gonna start. Oh boy. So that's our new cursor crash indicator there. Kind of trippy, kind of whatever, but and I mean, if you really want to have fun, I'll let people have fun. They do stuff like that if they want. If you want to go for world record, oh my goodness. Does that even slow down our frame rate at all? I want to put our frame times up on the screen here. How do I do that? Or not our frame times, but, well, yeah, I can put our frame times up and our CPU time up too. Because, well, I don't need to put the frame times up, I guess. I just need to put the CPU times up. I thought I had a way to do that. I'd be curious as to just to see that number. Where are we here? Canvas wrapper. There we go. basically every frame. That mad programmer. What's going on, that mad programmer? Is this your streaming / music recording setup? Looks cool, man. Well, thank you. Thank you, that mad programmer. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Like the setup, you mean like the stuff in my room that you can see kind of thing? Is that what you're... I guess that's what you're asking. Yeah, I mean, this is my desk down kind of in my basement office here. So, yeah, I do music. I play guitar, so I mean, kind of obviously, I guess. So I got a couple guitars back there and a keyboard right there. And yeah, I do a lot of like music composition and stuff, kind of for fun. I like to. I did kind of do some sound design and music composition kind of semi-professionally a little bit a few years ago. So I've got some reasonably good gear and everything. But yeah. I think I've got in my about section on the channel description, I think I got a lot of like the gear and stuff listed out, everything. Stuff that I use. I haven't actually looked at that in a while. It was a while that I set that out, but nothing's really changed. But yeah, I guess I'll plug the game now for that mad programmer or anyone else who might be new hanging out. Any favorite DAW you're using? I use Pro Tools. That's kind of my main squeeze for the most part. Thanks for the follow, that mad programmer. Appreciate it. Yeah, I started streaming back in August, and I haven't done a music guitar stream or anything yet. So at some point I might, but I haven't really figured out how I want to route audio around. I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't spent a lot of time figuring it out because, with the audio interface, it kind of skips Windows, it doesn't go through Windows, so it's not like I can pipe that audio out and stream it. I mean, I'm sure there's some way to do it. I gotta just figure out. I have a Focusrite Scarlett, so I've got somewhere in the Scarlett mix control here, I can probably figure out a way to route stuff back in to Windows, but I just haven't done that yet. Yeah, so, but yeah, give the quick demo here for anyone who might be new. What am I working on today? Well, I'm working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a game where you pop bubbles. And no, there's no audio yet. That mad programmer. That'll be coming up though. I know you didn't ask that question, but you're asking about audio stuff, so there will be sound for the game eventually. Hopefully good sound. But it's a game where you pop bubbles. There's not a whole lot to it. Trioxky just almost beat his record. He's got 154. Just did 154. And we're looking for him to beat his 155 record there. So basically the games where you pop a bunch of bubbles. And I just kicked up a one-on-one game here with someone, probably Trioxky. I don't know. But basically, you see some bubbles here in the play field here. You got to pop as many as you can before the timer runs out. So this is your 30-second timer bar ticking down here. So what you're doing is you're going to pop the bubble that's always matches the color that matches this bubble in this position here. So that would be blue. So I'm going to mouse over blue, and then I'm going to left-click or hit the space bar to pop it. And then you just keep going. Just keep on going, getting as many bubbles as you can. And then at the end of the game, you'll see some stats. So I see my stats in blue and my opponent's stats in red. So I was going one-on-one against somebody there. Maybe that was you, that mad programmer. I don't know. But basically, you see your stats, how many bubbles you popped, pops per second. Basically the number of bubbles popped divided by 30 seconds, and then how many mistakes you made. So mistake. So I hit retry and it kicked me right back into a new game. That's Truyakski there, flying ahead. So basically, when you do a normal one-on-one game, you'll see your opponent signified by that red dot. So you are signified by the black dot. So if the red dot is somewhere up here, that means they're ahead of you. If they are, if the red dot's this way, that means you're ahead of your opponent. So it'll show up to 20 bubbles in either direction, whether you're 20 bubbles or more ahead of your opponent or vice versa. Yeah. Checking the tutorial out right now. Nice. Yeah, I gave you the tutorial basically says what I just kind of explained there, but yeah, hopefully the tutorial is kind of helps and makes sense. We added a leaderboard that I went live with this last week, and it doesn't show any users or anything like that. It basically just shows the top 10 scores from one-on-one games. So again, the play button is just one-on-one. That'll queue you up for a one-on-one game against another human being, right? And practice is just single player, solo. You just hit that. There's no opponent that you're just going on your own here. And with practice, your times don't go to the leaderboard. So that's kind of how it goes right now. But Mother Cow Chunks, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Are you going to be adding authorization, authentication? No, I don't think so. Not right now, at least. I don't have any plans to do. Well, I've wanted this game to be just kind of lightweight, kind of not some complicated system with user accounts and everything. So I didn't really want to go the route of having like a user account, user login, or that sort of thing. Like I want the game to just be a simple game. You go to the website, you got one button to push, and then you can play the game, right? I didn't want to force people to sign in or have, I want people to just kind of be able to have fun with the game without, any extreme hoops to jump through, right? Like it's a dumb, simple game, nothing ridiculous. So that's kind of my stuff for right now. What kind of server is this running on? How many people do you think will be able to play simultaneously? That's a good question. I don't really know. I forget the specs on my server. I'm basically I use DigitalOcean for the hosting. So it's just a VPS, just an Ubuntu server up there in the cloud. And I'm basically just running the game there. So the game, the browser or the client code is all just, I'm pretty much doing everything vanilla JavaScript. Like it's just a bunch of JavaScript files that I do pack down. I do minify all just into one file. And then, so that the static JavaScript file gets sent down. But I'm not using any libraries or any third-party libraries, I should say, or frameworks, etc. I'm drawing everything on the screen with HTML this is a full screen HTML canvas here, and then a full window, I should say. I have a canvas that fills out the full window. And basically, everything you see in the game is actually stuff drawn onto the canvas. So these buttons are not HTML buttons at all. This isn't CSS. This is all just stuff happening kind of within my JavaScript engine. Game engine. And then basically everything is all on canvas except for the links down there. Those are actual HTML tags. And I gotta do something to make that a little bit better. But the message get relayed through the server, right? Or do players connect P2P? Yeah, so all of the server side communication, besides the initial, like obviously there's an HTTP server, and you basically go and you download the static HTML and JavaScript file for the client. And then within the JavaScript file, then I connect to a WebSocket server, which is the same physical server. And then I basically have a Node.js app that's doing all of the server side stuff. And that's all handled through WebSockets, which is really nice. WebSockets is pretty cool. It's relatively fast, and obviously the server can talk back to the client, vice versa if anyone's not familiar with WebSockets. It's pretty cool. The server can just fire off a message to the client whenever it wants to. That's how like the leaderboard updates. So if the leaderboard's sitting here, you might just see something change just on the fly. And that's purely the server saying, hey, broadcasting out to all the clients, hey, the leaderboard changed. So there's a new leaderboard. Are you hosting the web server also on Node or using Apache or something? I know there is Express for web servers in Node. Fiddled with that for a bit. Yeah, I'm basically just doing a plain Node.js app on this Ubuntu server, and I'm using PM2 for managing the package itself, for managing the process itself. Yeah, as far as my application goes, I'll show you my package JSON.json here. It's very simple. I have two packages that I use. WS, which is for doing WebSockets on Node.js, because there's no built-in library or anything for WebSockets. And then Nano ID is what I use for generating just random user IDs for players that connect. It's not, again, I don't have a database or anything, but it's just for logging purposes only, like you can see in my log here. Like I have player, blah, 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 connected. So I'm using a package there for just generating little fast user IDs. But that's strictly for me to be able to keep track of players when I look at the log for debugging purposes, which I actually really haven't had to use that yet. But yeah, I'm using PM2 for actually managing the process on the server. So this is a package that's installed globally on the cloud server. And then it's a pretty cool thing. I won't really give a demo of it here, but basically you can run a command, start, PM2, start your JavaScript file, your Node.js JavaScript file, and it, keeps track of it in a bunch of different files, and it's kind of failovering and whatever. If the app crashes, if it hits an exception, PM2 restarts it for you. Gives you a little bit of metrics on it and everything, and like any logs, any console logs that you do from that, you can view them through kind of the console. It's really nice, because like from my machine here, I can just SSH into the server and see all those specs and everything. So that's really nice, actually. Gotcha. Seems legit. I don't know. It's all kind of me just trying stuff and figuring out things that work. Do you use Docker for your cloud deployment? No, I don't. Yeah, my deployment process is as manual as it gets right now. I'm trying to kind of streamline it a little bit, but no, it's basically just I have the repository, the Git repository on the server, and then basically when I'm ready to deploy a new version, I pull, so I commit my changes on my, from here on my machine. I pull those changes on the server, so I SSH into the server, pull the changes. And then there's some other nasty things because I'm lazy, and I have some PowerShell scripts for actually like building the JavaScript the bundle, that I minify everything. All my client files, because all my client files here are all these individual ones here. There's a bunch of them, 40 something files, not a ton, but all manageable to have just in one directory. So all of those client files get all merged into just one folder, or one file, I should say. And that script that I have do that is a PowerShell script, so I can't run that on my Ubuntu machine. So I actually run that on this machine, and then I SCP copy the files up to the server, and then I'm a little embarrassed about that, I will say. So the deployment process is very much I just copy some files up to the server, and I use Nginx for the HTTP server part of it. And basically, I copy a bunch of files up and restart Nginx and restart my app with PM2, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's a little. It could be better. My plan was kind of to have at least like a. I use Windows WSL, the Windows subsystem on Linux, which is that's actually handy to use because I can just use that without having to install like PuTTY or whatever, or any of those other things for connecting up to the server. And every time I'm in Visual Studio Code, it always barks at me because I have WSL installed, and it says, "Oh, you have WSL installed. You should use you should use VS Code's WSL something, whatever." I'm assuming you guys are familiar with WSL. Maybe not. I don't know. If not, it's basically Linux on Windows that runs. That's what it stands for. Windows Subsystem on Linux. It's basically Windows is admitting that, well, yeah, Linux does some things that, whatever. So I basically have Ubuntu 20 running side by side on my computer. Not dual booting. It's an actual Ubuntu running. Yeah, I literally have Ubuntu 20.04 LTS. You click that and it runs this. Let me make sure nothing fancy pops up there. No, we're good, I think. Yep. I do that and I'm at bash. So anyway, yeah, so my deployment process is a little bit maybe embarrassing, and that's all it takes to run WSL. No, it's 2 steps. It is pretty simple. You have to go to optional features, which I can't remember how to get to it. I just happen to know the executable command for it. So if you type optional features straight, you can punch that into your run. I think it's a valid exe name. Like if I run that from a command prompt, I think. Yeah. This old thing. This was in Windows 7. I don't know where you're supposed to find this in Windows 10 anymore without like going to optional features. But basically you go to Windows Subsystem for Linux, you check that box. So turn Windows features on or off. The other way to get to this was the old through control panel. Again, it's hard to find control panel on Windows 10 anyway, too. And then you go turn Windows features on or off. So then, yeah, once you're in here, you do Windows Subsystem for Linux. And then you go to the Windows 10 store and you search for Ubuntu. And you download Ubuntu from the Windows store. That's a little bit of a something funny there. I don't know. It sounds ironic, doesn't it? The Microsoft store. So you search Ubuntu, and then, yeah, I guess there's different versions. Ubuntu 20.4, and then you would, so you actually have to, basically you enable Windows Subsystem for Linux, but then you actually have to install the distro that you want. Cactus Man or Debian. Yeah, I mean, I guess, look at this. There's a bunch of different, oh, that's maybe different. Fedora, I don't know. There's probably a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, whatever. I've just been using Ubuntu. But yeah, then you'd find a distro and install it, I guess, launch something if we're on a different one here. Fedora for $5. Buy, whatever. And does it change how anything runs like other applications? So it basically, I mean, you install that and you have like a non-graphical version of it, right? You just have the terminal that you can, or I mean, you can interact with it through with Bash. That Mad Programmer sounds dope. Gonna head out. Thanks for the rundown. Hey, thank you for hanging out, That Mad Programmer. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the follow and everything. I'm used to Ubuntu because that's what I use with AWS, closest to Max, I think. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know Ubuntu comes from Debian too, so a lot of those are very similar that you'd kind of run into. At least if you're using non-graphical things, a lot of those are going to be very similar. Certain things will be different, but it's usually pretty easy to find what things are different. But just getting around a term, bash is going to be pretty straightforward. So it's just for the terminal. Why not use git bash? That's a little different of a question, I think. On CLI layer, I personally don't see the advantage of Ubuntu over Debian. There you go. I think git bash is the worst thing you can do. Yeah, I don't use git bash. Yeah, I've always just installed Git and used. I've had git bash before. I never really liked it, from what I remember. It was kind of annoying. I just use plain git from the command from the Windows command line usually. I mean, I don't know exactly everything that goes on with git bash, if it's whatever using in the background, min-gw or something. I don't know. Git bash tries to emulate Linux-ish system, but meh. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, does that mean it has SSH stuff built in? Groupith, I don't see a problem with git bash, but man, GitHub desktop is really nice. Gotcha. I've never used a graphical Git thing ever, so I guess I don't. A friend of mine's used Git Kraken, and it looked kind of cool, but I think you have to pay for it. Well, yeah, mother cow chunks. It's technically not just for the terminal, because you can. It's the full operating system running on your computer, so you can do. I mean, you can do whatever you want. You can install stuff. You can, run stuff. You can do whatever, all sorts of things. So that's kind of the cool part about it. And yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know what I was going to say. I'll definitely check into it. Hate having my PC just stand here next to me while I'm using an underpowered Mac laptop. I also personally dislike how GitHub keeps trying to make people believe GitHub is the only Git thing in the world. Yeah, that seems to be their mission statement, right? Actually, I use Bitbucket for Populus right now. I didn't have a GitHub account until later, I think. I got my own GitLab set up. Kappa. Nice. GitLab. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But yeah, I agree with you, Cactus Man. Yeah, I think everybody. I got the same beef with VPNs. For some reason, everyone now thinks that a VPN is some sort of proxy service that I'm supposed to pay a monthly subscription for. That's what a VPN is in people's minds. I mean, hey, you can use a VPN for that. That's great. But and VPN sponsored streamers. Check out the link in the bio. NordVPN, Nord something. I was trying to think of all the other VPNs that I've heard of. Nord. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, VPNs really those Nord Express. Yeah, Express VPN. Tunnel Bear. Did they go out of business? There was some drama with some of those companies about them about them like ending up selling your data or something. Tyrannosaur free VPN. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? I'm paying $5 a month for the Populus server. Might as well put some extra use to it while nobody's playing Populus. All right. All right. Well, we got some good stuff done so far on our dev version here. Uh-oh. Oh, I need to refresh. There it is. Come on. Oh, I thought when you said that Trioxy, I thought maybe you got the record. The new record. I mean, yeah, you obviously have the record. Trioxy's 155 pops, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That's insane. Yesterday it was at 140. And now he's at 155. Only allows you to play Populus in countries that block it. Boom. I like it. No, you said no one plays. Oh, sorry. Trioxy plays Populus. I don't want to sell Trioxy short. Badger is back. You should do usernames and then put a set timeout on Trioxy's click. Nice. I like it, Mother Cow Chunks. I love it. I am going to do some username. I actually created like a little random username list. So my goal, like a random list of adjectives and nouns, and I started kind of populating that with just some funny words. And actually, that was Retro MMO's idea yesterday to actually make that like a channel points thing. Like you can cash in your channel points and suggest a name, and I'll add it to the list. I mean, within reason, you know, within reason. Leaderboard is a button that replaces the previously huge logo with the leaderboard, so it's not squished like it is now. Yes, Cactus Man. Yeah, this is very temporary for right now. And I was thinking about, like possibly a button, or maybe just shifting, because like I've got a lot of white space on this. Like if you're at a full 16 by 9, well, actually that's not a ton. I just had this like really wide. I don't know. There's a lot of better layout things I could definitely do, but yeah, actually, yeah, we could kind of stretch that out. Just kind of. I do like the idea of, what was it, Trioxy? Was that your idea? Because I know you were suggesting like having the logo slide to like the corner or something. So like once you play the game, like the logo would always be on screen, but it would be like up in the corner or down in this corner or something, you know. So you'd always see Populus somewhere, right? So like you click practice and then, and that's one of my tasks, is to kind of come up with a much nicer menu routing kind of system, because right now you basically click a button and it just instantly snaps you to the next thing, and it's abrupt. It's not very pleasing. So I'd like to have some actual nice like animating menus between menus and everything. It's not just a simple little thing to do, unfortunately, but I will get to it at some point. Oh, I'm playing actual Populus.gg. I was going to say, what happened to my new... Oops. What happened to my new thing here? Yeah, there we go. So the new mistake thing is these rings that fade out like that. And if you really want to, you can hold down like spacebar and do all these crazy things. Ooh. There you go. It wasn't me. What? Oh, I see. Drioxy, is this the new video? Maybe another week I can do 160. My arm hurts. Yeah, take it easy. I don't want to get sued by you, Drioxy, for breaking your arm with my game. And you got the 60 FPS? Yes. All right. Everybody, we're going to watch the video together. First, we're going to enjoy that OBS infinity. Isn't that beautiful? All right. Here it is. Trioxy's 155.5 in 60 FPS. Yes. Oh. Not a bad correction time there. It's a robot. Oh. What? Squeeze that one in there real quick. 151 and 6. I don't even want to watch that one. I want to watch this one again. This is sweet, Trioxy. And the 60 FPS is so much better. I love this. It's beautiful. You got 160. Like, you probably lost a couple pops just in that one mistake that right there too. Like, if you, yeah, you totally got it. Shh. 5.167 pops per second. You guys, that's insane. That's insane. 160 is possible, but you need to get 0 mistakes. Yeah, for sure. If you had that pace, that whole time, like, without any, well, obviously, you know, going the 0 mistake route is you know, is hard. Because it's kind of like a chicken or the egg thing. Like, the faster you go, the more chance you're going to make a mistake. But do you kind of cancel out by going faster, making mistakes, slowing you down? Does that kind of cancel out like a slower but more accurate route at 0? You know, like, I think there's a little bit of a potential. Anyway. 5.167. Yeah, for sure you've got. All right, let's watch it at half speed. Now that you've got the 60 FPS, the half speed is going to look sick. I want to watch the half speed here. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Look at how you're like Oh, what so what was that one there? Did you double? Oh, you double clicked. You popped it and then popped again there. If you were using the spacebar, Trioxy, you wouldn't have that problem. Oh, just missed it. I want to see that just miss. Oh, just overshot it. Hang on, let's go quarter speed here. All right, we just all right, we have 15 frames. Oh, 15 FPS is still quarter speed. This is still too fast. Like I can't catch all the detail here. Cursor there. Overshot just by a hair. Oh, that's insane. All right, now when we flip this back to normal speed, it's going to be like... I love it. If I would hit it, it would be 160. Oh, if I would hit it, it would be 160. Yeah, the space bar for sure. That is sweet. All right. You posted that on the Discord, I guess, now? Awesome. Insane. All right, that's nuts. I love it. Whew. All right. Do you have a 120 hertz screen, Trioxki? Or 120 hertz plus, whatever, like above 60 hertz, basically what I'm asking, because now there's so many screens that are, like 120 hertz is like not a big deal anymore. It's always like 144 or more now. 75, okay. 120 looks, this game is sick with 120 FPS, I will say. It feels awesome with 120. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had a 120 screen, you'd probably crank that score up a little more. Because it's like, just watching your video at 60 and now feeling 120, I'm like, oh, it's like, it feels and looks so much better than the 60. So, Groupith, rocking the 60. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that if you're a pleb. I'm just kidding. 144 will be my next. Yeah, for sure. They're definitely, they're cheap. That's my mouse if you're interested. Yeah, let me check this mouse out, actually. Is it, California Access? Never heard of that. California Access. That's an interesting brand name there. Nice. Sweet. Andy James Adams. Bringing the sub back. Andy James, what is going on? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And headphones, but I don't use them. Does it matter 1080p or 1440p? Andy James. No worries, boss man. Hey, it's good to see you, Andy James Adams. Welcome back. Yeah, and thanks again for the sub, man. I really appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, Groupith, does it matter 1080p or 1440p? It's really just preference. Like, if you like the extra resolution, if you like the... I actually have a 1080p screen here, and my 1440p is my main one that I'm... they're both 120 hertz screens, but... Yeah, I mean, I prefer, higher resolution, I mean, higher resolution is just going to be more, technically smaller pixels, but PPI, pixel density, is kind of the thing you're looking at, which would basically be, the amount of pixels you fit in a square in an inch of length. I was going to say square inch, but an inch. If you measured 1 inch on a ruler on your screen, how many pixels would fit along that line? It's kind of the idea. So you kind of get used to, I don't know, like 1440p is like 27-inch 1440p. That's what I have here. And I got a 24-inch 1080p screen. But honestly, when I see 4K, huge monitors, everything is so small. Yeah, and I mean, you can also bump up your, you can change your DPI scaling too. Guess I gotta go here, display settings. Yeah, so if you go to your, right-click desktop display settings, so you can see like the resolutions here relative. So this is my 1080p screen and my 1440p screen. But in reality, the physical size, this isn't right. So you can see, relative percentage-wise, how many more pixels you're getting with a 1440p screen. If you go 4K, then that's 4 1080ps. So then that would be that big relative. But basically, you can go to your scaling. So like I keep everything at 100%, but like when you go to a 4K screen, maybe you want to bump it up to 125 or 150%. So that would mean everything would become 50%, 100, or 25% bigger. So that, but you have like everything becomes a little sharper in that sense because you're at 4K, whatever, it's so you're still keeping all those pixels, but you're just scaling all your fonts, all your everything, your taskbar up, 25%, something like that. Some people don't really like that. I mean, I've found that most of the time these days, like 125% is probably fine. Like you're not going to run into any issues, especially with the 4K screen. If you're doing this on like a much smaller screen, you're probably going to run into issues, smaller pixel wise. You're going to run, if you're on a 720p screen and you go to 125%, you're probably going to have some issues with things getting too squashed. But maybe you didn't hear of that firm because it's Polish and it was Reward, but it's decent. I'm not sure what you're saying. It was Reward. But I like the name California. California, what was it again? California Access from Oh, it was a reward from a tournament. Sweet. That's pretty cool. Like a game tournament you were playing, Trioxy? League of Legends. Sick. That's pretty cool. All right, now I have dual 23.5-inch 1080p 60Hz monitors, and they're pretty nice. I tried a 28-inch, but it was just too huge for my desk, so I returned it. Like a 28-inch 4K? Or first place monitor was 144 hertz. Gotcha. Yeah, I have the Dell my 27-inch monitor, my 1440p monitor is the Dell SDG. Dell S2716DG. I pulled up my on-screen display, so you guys obviously don't see that. But the Dell S2716DG. And it's like one of the cheapest 1440, 120 hertz monitors out there at the time. 144 hertz, technically. G-Sync monitors. Is it matte or glossy? It's matte. At the time, it was $400, and they might have like a cheaper one now. But the bezels are really thin. So it's actually not too much. I have a BenQ 1080p monitor that's really old now. Well, old as far as it was one of the first like 3D. This is back when NVIDIA 3D was the thing, and that was the only way you got 120 hertz screens was if it was in a 3D monitor. So obviously I don't use a 3D, but this is like BenQ XL 2420T or XL 2420 something. And yeah, this is also matte. I prefer matte. Glossy, I can't do glossy. The reflections and everything, I don't know. But I feel like most monitors aren't glossy these days unless it's like gaming monitors, I would say. But what I was saying was my BenQ that's 24-inch with the bezels is not that much smaller than the 27-inch with its small bezels. Like the big bezels on my BenQ that's 24-inch is almost like the same physical size as my 27, which is kind of crazy because it's got like an extra 2 inches with the bezels diagonal. So it's crazy. But yeah, I mean, yeah, physical screen size too, you know, for your desk, whatever, is kind of something you got to factor in, you know. Not everybody can has, you know, desk space, whatever. All right, so .6 cm. Oh, inch. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say 23.6 centimeters. That'd be pretty small. But yeah. Yeah, 24-inch or 23.5 to 24-inch. That's pretty standard for like 1080p monitors a lot of the times. You can get like 27-inch 1080p monitors, but I think those are a little... the pixel density starts to get a little too, unless you're sitting really far away from it, it starts to look a little too schmeary. Pixels are too big. What is 1 ms die response time? Die? I don't know. You're just asking what is like 1 millisecond response time? That's just like the pixel transition time. Like how quickly can a pixel change color, right? And usually the 1 millisecond is from gray to gray. So some manufacturers you'll see 1 ms GTG or something. And that usually means that from a gray pixel to like, I forget exactly what it is. If it's gray to black to gray or something, it's 1 millisecond. It's usually not like a full sweep of color to get to that. So if you see, usually if you see 1 millisecond or sub-millisecond, they're talking about gray to gray. But I don't know. That response time is not something we worry about too much these days, I feel like. Because like pretty much all modern panels are like pretty wicked fast, even like IPS panels and like panels that have been traditionally like slower. Because now we have IPS panels that are typically like brighter, nicer colors, but you're seeing 120 hertz IPS panels. So, yeah. Both my monitors were 100 each from Acer, so they've been treating me good so far, but just upgraded my main to 144 hertz. Nice. Or you said, but I just upgraded my main. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you said you were looking at 144 hertz. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a... I know a lot about monitors because I'm a little bit of a computer enthusiast, game nerd screens. So I don't know everything. I'm not going to claim to be an expert, but I do rattle off a lot of things. And I know somewhat what I'm talking about. We'll put it that way. Bought mine for 90 and is now going for 150. Nice. That's the way to do it, Trioxy. Oh yeah, actually the Dell, my Dell one, which was 400, I think it's probably like 400 now, but I think it's, I don't know, it's probably, I think it was on sale when I got it. What brand would you recommend? Dell, Asus, Acer? I don't know. These days, like for 144 hertz, or I'll say 120 plus hertz. I mean, it's pretty much just like whatever you want, you know. Walmart brand. Well, Walmart does sell 120 hertz screens, 120 plus hertz screens now. I think I saw a 240 hertz screen at Walmart the other day. I was like walking by the electronics section, but I think they had a 240 hertz screen on display, and I didn't look at it. Because I'm not quite a full-on germaphobe, but I got a little bit of a problem when you look at this greasy keyboard at Walmart and you want to try like out feeling the monitor and moving the mouse, and it's like all the display stuff is all greasy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would just look at find one in the price that you like with 144 hertz. And look at the reviews. Like that's kind of I feel like all brands are making really, really solid. You know, at the end of the day, the panels are coming from like 3 factories pretty much. You know, a panel in a monitor, you know, whether it's Dell, Asus, Acer. Those are Dell, Asus, and Acer don't make their own panels. So it's either coming from LG, Samsung, LG Display, Samsung, or AU Optronics. And I think that's it. So the panels themselves, I mean, yeah, and it's all, I don't know. Yeah. There's definitely some nicer features if you go like on the really high end of things, obviously. But checking some out for around 200, 250. Nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right. I was gonna say maybe in like the high 100s, you'll find you'll still probably see 200 or 144 hertz 1080p screens. You know. Yeah, I found one 190 from Samsung right now. Nice. Sweet. Actually, does Chrome now support 144 hertz? That's a good question. I want to Google that because originally they didn't. Used to just be 120 only. Chrome doesn't run 144 hertz. That's an old thing. I would try switching my monitor over to 144 hertz, but I'd be scared I would break OBS or something, so I'm not going to do it. Are you John Romero? I am not our Lord and Savior John Romero. No, I am not. Sergey from hell. Sergey, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. I love id Software, though. Absolutely love id Software. So I appreciate the John Romero comment, but no, I am not. Can Windows run 2 different displays with different hertz? Groupith, yeah, actually, I know you mentioned you were going to run a 60 and a 144. And from my experience, they run fine. When you drag windows between screens, if they're not matching refresh rates or not a multiple, sometimes you'll feel like a little bit of a hitch or a weird thing. You could maybe try screwing around with that yourself, like maybe switching one of your screens down to like a lower refresh rate and just like 40 hertz or something, and just try it just to see if it ends up being like really bad. I mean, for the most part, I think you want both screens kind of running at that refresh rate, but you definitely can run two different screens, 2 different refresh rates, and you'll be fine for the most part. But yeah, in some cases, I've seen it screw around with your stuff a little bit. Because like if a window ends up like partially on one screen, it's going to go down to the lowest refresh rate. So like sometimes if you're like dragging a window here, like I'm dragging my window here and I drag it off to this other screen on my left, it might hitch into the 60 hertz or whatever. And now this whole window kind of starts, you know, gimping around at 60 hertz. But yeah, Windows can run it, but you might just kind of have some weird things with it. Like not stuff crashing or breaking or anything, but it can totally run two different refresh rates. About that tournament, in my Razer keyboard, some keys broke and I won a new one. Nice. Trioxy, that's pretty sweet. I've never played in any video game tournament before, but that's Trioxy's quite the accomplished gamer, for sure. Setting Populus world records. Winning computer hardware. I'd be like so proud if I won some computer hardware in like a tournament. Do I play League? No. MOBAs are just not really my thing. I don't think. I can't really get in. Or real-time strategy games. Those just, I can't really get into them. I play Age of Empires. I mean, I play Age of Empires a little bit with, like, I'm now I've gone out to real-time strategy, but yeah, like my family, my wife's family really likes to play. Her siblings like to play Age of Empires, and I'll play with them from time to time online. But like I really can't get into it. Did you play League? I've never actually played League at all. Valorant, I haven't tried Valorant, and I'm gonna say it again, or I'm gonna bash another genre of games again, but I can't really get into like the Counter-Strike or the Counter-Strike, Valorant, those kinds of FPSs. They didn't really appeal to me too much. Kind of that quick look around the corner, peek, twitch, shoot kind of thing. I like twitchy shooters for sure. I mean, that's part of where Populus came from. Was I like Quake. I like kind of fast, aggressive first-person shooters for sure. And that was kind of where I wanted the idea for Populus was I wanted something that kind of was skill for moving a mouse and everything, you know, without being really an explicit kind of like aim trainer. Oh boy, oh boy. Played Civ 6, though, and it was fun for a few worlds. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, I definitely... I haven't played a lot of turn-based games myself, but I do prefer... Or not prefer. I do enjoy puzzle games, too. That's what my next game's going to be. It's going to be a puzzle game. For sure. It will be a puzzle game. Quake was awesome when I was young. Nice. Yeah, I've kind of liked the newer Quake champions. I grew up kind of playing like Quake 3. My uncles had Quake 3 and showed that to me. So that, I mean, Quake 2 was probably one of the first video games I've ever actually played. So, yeah, Quake always had a special nostalgic place in my heart. Can't wait to see that game. Someone must speedrun it. Nice. Well, I do actually have... I'll give you guys the little demo of my game. I'll give you a little demo of it, because I do actually have a... if you guys are interested. If nobody's interested. Where is it? Oops. There it is. Trioxy's interested. All right, thanks, Trioxy. Yeah, I've actually shown this a couple times on stream, but yeah, so it's a little puzzle game. I've built a very basic web version of it. On Canvas, kind of like Populus is. But I'm just loading the local HTML file for it off of my hard drive. Load level. I have to actually, there's no menu or anything. I actually have to type a function, run a function to load the level. Load level 0. Oh, load level 1. There we go. Yeah, so the game is, yeah, there's some weird lines and stuff on there, but so you're this orange square, and the idea is I'm trying to get into this room here. And this is like level 1, right? So this is just the very basic game. So I'm trying to get into this room here. And you basically have to, you're the orange square, you have to hit these light switches like this, and that will turn on lights in other rooms. And then if both rooms on either side of a doorway, the pink thing's a doorway, if both rooms are lit on either side of that doorway, then the doorway opens up, right? You could potentially travel between those rooms, right? So all I have to do is just walk over the light switch there to turn on the light. And then the caveat is only 3 rooms can be lit at a time. Otherwise, like, the last room is going to shut off. As soon as I turn another light on, it's going to shut off another room. So as soon as I step on this switch here, it's going to shut off the bottom room down here. And that's kind of what this user interface thing is supposed to be showing here. So as soon as I do that, that turns on this room, and then down here, that room turned off. So then you go up here, flip that switch, and you kind of, again, this is level 1, not that complicated. Level 2 is actually a lot more interesting for the most part. Sergey, that reminded me. Fallout Phantom Enclave Oil Rig Trap Room Puzzle. I do actually enjoy Fallout. Since we were talking about games before, let me check that out real quick here. 9 rooms, 3x3 grab, drawers locked between them. Each room has a computer console with opens some doors and closes others. Nice. Dang it. I can't come up with a new game without there being something. Wow, from Fallout 2. Man, Sergey, you are, you like playing old games, huh? Fallout 2, I never played. I played Fallout 3. That was the first, I mean, obviously that's way different than Fallout 2. But anyway, yeah, with some of these puzzles, you kind of get a little more like, okay, I gotta like see what a switch does. Okay, so this one turns on the last, so the exit room is this one. I just know that. I haven't been triggering what an exit room is, but this is the exit room. I just know that because I built it, right? Okay, so that's the exit room. So this turns on that, and then I kind of just want to, okay, so that's that. And then this one I'm pretty sure is going to be, this switch down here is going to be this room. I've done, oh no, never mind. Okay, that's this room. All right. The original room. Okay, so we go up here, that's going to be this room. Do that. Then this switch in here has to be this room. Yes, okay. And then I want to turn this one off just to be safe, because then this switch will turn on this one. I can go back in here. Yes. Obviously, some movement things need to be done. It's kind of annoying having to tap down this huge, long room like this a million times. Okay, then this switch. Okay, there we go. Nailed it. All right. Level 3 is kind of crazy. How do you create the levels and how to ensure it is completable? Yeah, that's a really good point, Sergey. The level editor is actually something I started building, but all of these levels I built by hand, like on paper first. So I kind of wrote out like what switch is going to turn on what room, and then like kind of did it that way. But yeah, like when I start working on this game more seriously, like it's going to have to be, I'm going to have a legit like level editor. I started to do a level editor with this. Maybe try to make a level generator. Yeah, I mean, you could totally have like a random level generator because it would just have to pick like a set of instructions and make sure that those things are doable, right? Yeah, and having like a tester through the levels is something you would need to, whatever that means, like having something that goes to a switch and tries it and just tries all these combinations, or has some sort of like memory. I don't know. So yeah, this puzzle, this level is a lot more complicated. I don't really think it's a good level 3. Maybe more like a level 10. And I always, for a while I had this one memorized, but I can't. Okay, so that's the final, so this is the target room in this level. I'm trying to get here. This is my exit. Okay, so I'm not going to flip this on for a while. I think, yeah, I need to turn that one on. I think we go this one. All right, then let's see what happens here. All right, so that one also turns on that room. All right, okay, that one turns on. Okay, we're going to need to get in there. Ooh, okay. This switch down here turns on this big hangman-shaped room. So we're going to go down here. There we go. Okay, so then I flip this room on, or flip this switch here, which is going to be this room, and then this zigzag room is going to turn off. That's kind of what's supposed to be showing here. Like, this is supposed to be showing the 3 rooms that you have, and the orange is showing what room you're in. This is a bad UI design, you know, like that. This will be better at some point. But then basically the room on the bottom here is the one that's going to get shifted. It's going to get turned off when I flip a new switch that gets added. And that new room will get added in at the top. So this switch here, yeah, added this room here, turned off this one. So it is possible to get trapped and stuck, and you basically have to repeat or restart the game. All right, so now, okay, now I'm in a good spot here. Okay, yeah, because one of these switches is going to turn on this room and the last room, I'm pretty sure, because I've done these somewhat recently. Okay, so that switch, yeah, I don't need to go in this room anymore, but I don't okay. This one turns on this room, all right, and then this one turns on the final room. Okay, so this is my final room. So I definitely need this one on. And I need, let's do this one first, then this one. And then one of these switches, now I don't remember which one, turns on this one. Actually, I can play around with that. It doesn't matter because I'm going to be safe, because this room's going to turn off. Yes, all right, I guessed the right one. There we go. Yeah, it'd be cool to have like a nice little movement system to get around and whatever. There we go. Maybe add color to switches, like dots with color of rooms they switch, and give color to rooms. Yeah, that's another thing I've thought of actually with that was either having a way to do a color or like a show that like that switch is somehow hooked up to that room, you know, something like that. And I feel like you could kind of get away with like some of that, because some of the game, it's kind of cool to like have to guess or like to kind of not know. But sometimes I think, so here I got like trapped in a room with nothing, right? And I think I've got one more level. I've got one more like complete level. I've got another like, this one's like a beginner, another easy one. You just kind of, you go back, and then, yeah, there you go. This was our exit room right here. The timer does stop at the exit room. That's like the only way, the only thing you actually know. Let's do the level editor is actually kind of cool. It doesn't actually like build the levels, but it kind of gives me the idea. I started to build like the front end, and there's not like any like shapes or anything, but you could like, draw out like a room, and then it kind of, there's a little algorithm that runs and kind of runs over all the grid squares and tries to see if something's like an actual like hollowed out room. Otherwise, like these red spots are kind of like showing that, there's not a room around this in those red spaces, if that kind of makes sense. And you can like move the level around, and kind of whatever, stuff like that. And the idea was I could like scroll and switch between these different tools. Like I could erase. The eraser actually works. If any room touches that, it's going to be red. Like touches the end, it'll be red. Otherwise, it'll be like white for a room. Anyway. But the idea was, yeah, you could scroll to put a door down, and then you could place like your doors, boom, 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 or your player start there, and then you could like one key just to test the room out, test the level or whatever. That was kind of the idea, just to have a really nice, slick like level editor, and that could be part of the game itself too, for people to actually play, or to actually build their own levels and everything. I've always been a fan of games that have their own like level editor and stuff. Anyway, yeah, with this thing, it's kind of like a drawing tool for the most part. So you kind of have, you kind of draw levels that look like all sorts of weird pixel art things, if you wanted. Maybe good for multiplayer, 2 levels. Yeah, I've thought about, or 2-player levels. Yeah, I've thought about that too. Like you could have a lot of, you could totally do like co-op things, like a lot, like the way the Portal co-op worked, where like, you'd kind of like, your portals a lot of the times would like do something for the other player. Like you'd shoot a portal for the other player to go through kind of thing. So it could be like you flip a switch that turns on the room for your partner, stuff like that. Fire and Water like. Is that a game? Fire and Water, I guess. And boost squares that allow you to jump 2 blocks or something like that. Yeah, well, I've wanted, the movement thing I think would be something I'd need to work on, like, and this is like a really rough demo of the game. This entire version of the game is going to get scrapped. I'm going to be redoing the game in C. That's my goal. Native desktop game. Maybe selling it on Steam. I don't know. Something like that. Unity engine. I'm going to do it from scratch, actually. That's my goal. I've been learning C and the programming language C, and I'd like to give it a go with at least to start with software rendering, actually, would be kind of my plan for right now. That's kind of a crazy looking level. Maybe not the most functional level. But how quickly you can like build levels even with this rough version of the tool that I have right now is kind of nice. Definitely some things that could be better. But yeah. 3D modeling too, probably just a 2D game. Yeah, I'm for sure just gonna keep it very basic with 2D graphics. Maybe top down or maybe kind of that isometric style too. I don't know. Kind of depends. It could all kind of change, but that's a good game for me to kind of get started with making. And there's a lot of cool, I mean, there's a lot of like potential here, I think, you know, a lot of like cool gameplay elements we could add. You know, different switches, different things, different rooms that are always lit. Like there's no way to turn them on or off. So you like have to play into that. Whoops. I dropped my fidget spinner on my keyboard. Yeah. Anyway, appreciate you guys checking the game out and everything. I've showed it a couple of times before on stream, but for now we're working on Populus, right? Well, I'll give the Populus demo. I don't know if Sergey actually saw the real Populus demo. I don't know if there's anybody new that just showed up that hasn't seen Populus before, but that's what we're working on right now. That's my game. It's called Populus. I've just been demoing the idea for my next new game at some point after Populus is done. Will you add dark mode to Populus? I have some potential new color things that we might be doing with Populus. So not specifically necessarily a dark mode, but I might be kind of switching to like a color palette kind of thing. Winged toilet there. I like it. So Populus is a game where you pop bubbles. It's a simple, stupid little skill game. The idea is you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can, right? So this is our timer ticking down here. And basically, you're popping the bubbles in this boundary border circle here. And you're always going to be popping the bubble that matches this color up here, and then you're going to see the bubbles that are next kind of coming up. So I'm going to hover over this green bubble, left click, or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar myself. And you just keep going. Just kind of, you're looking off to the side there to see the bubbles as they come in. And you're just popping as many bubbles as you can. And then at the end of the game, time's up. You see how many bubbles you got in the 30 seconds. And then, it shows you like pops per second, how many mistakes you made. That's pretty much it. Trioxky doesn't want me to call it stupid. Sorry, Trioxky. Trioxky, by the way, is the #1 Populus player. That's Trioxky's 155 up there on top there in the leaderboard. So this is a really simple leaderboard. We actually added it last week. Basically just shows the top 10 games. Well, the main thing with this game is it's kind of one-on-one. So you race against another human popping the same bubbles. You pop your own copy of the same bubbles. Just kidding, but you spend some time on it. It feels really cool. Oh, thanks, Trioxky. Thanks. There we go. Somebody hopped in, probably Trioxky. And basically, so when you play a one-on-one game, you see your opponent marked by the red, so I can see my opponents popping bubbles, and every time they kind of shift forward, they pop the bubble. So this will show like up to 20 bubbles in either direction. But then as I pop bubbles there, it's moving the red dot back. It's kind of the thing. And then if the red dot was on this side of the black dot, then I'm in the lead. Is kind of the idea there. All right, nice. Trioxy, not me. Gotcha. Yeah, so then I could see here my score in blue, so I can see my opponent beat me. They had 25 bubbles popped. I had 3 mistakes. They only had 1 mistake. That's kind of the game so far. Yeah, so the leaderboard got a little inflated here. We kind of got things out of hand a little bit. Trioxky was really killing it. And if you guys want, there is a Discord. I do have a Discord server. If you so desire, you can join. Oh yeah, I didn't actually put Populus out there either, but populus.gg is the website. So I put the link down there. There's also a Discord. If you so desire, you could join that. And you can see Trioxky's 155. He put the video up of his 155 pops. So that's under the high scores channel. It's in the high scores channel under the Populus section. So that's pretty crazy. Better make mode where clicked by one player, balls disappear for both. Yes, I actually did play around with that. Yeah, I called it shared bubble mode. It won't work right now if I turned it on. Actually, what would happen if I turned it on right now? I think I've probably changed some things. Actually, no, it won't work. It won't work. Let me see what happens. I haven't tried it in a while because I've changed a bunch of things, but I used to have just one little configuration variable that I could change to turn on the shared bubble mode. Here it is. Shared bubble mode, true. Let's just see what happens. I don't think it'll work. This is just for my, this is just for my development version here. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work, but we'll see. All right, so basically, oh, it still works. Yeah, so here you can see, like, as I go, I'm popping bubbles, and my opponent's bubbles are changing too. Kind of can see that. Oh, I'm surprised this actually still works. So we might actually... The reason why I didn't keep this is because I feel like it's actually kind of a frustrating... it's not that good. It's annoying, but great idea. Yeah, I think it's an annoying kind of thing to play it that way. It would be kind of cool to try it. Like, if you'd have to have both players be somewhat on an even playing field. Like Trugowski and I probably playing each other would be somewhat kind of interesting to see. Maybe. Or maybe not. If you had one player who was totally, like, if you had one player that was way better, I mean, like, Trugowski's a lot better than me, but if you had a player that was, you know, if you had somebody popping 10 bubbles and you played against Trugowski, like, that wouldn't even be, you know, I don't think there'd be any chance, but or maybe different goal balls for players with the possibility to somehow disturb opponents' things. Yeah, Sergey, I've thought about some things like that too. Like how I could make it a little more interesting, being flashbang. But if someone was new, I would take his balls. Yes, yeah, you would, Trugowski. Right, it would. Somebody would just sit here and just watch all the bubbles disappear in front of them. It'd be insane. It might be fun to try at some point. Like maybe at some point I could deploy that version out to the server and we could try it because it is kind of fun to see. Like it's fun to see the bubbles just kind of disappear. So like anytime the opponent pops a bubble, you see like that red ring around the bubble kind of showing that it's disappearing. It'd be kind of, oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, I'm surprised that actually still works without any errors. Like I didn't see any errors at all. That's kind of cool. I like it. I do want to keep that around. I want to keep that gameplay functionality around just in case I do something with it in the future. But he'd probably alt F4, probably. How the F do you play that fast? I can't make 30 to 40 per game. Well, no worries, Sergey. You're right in the when everybody tries the game for the most part, that's kind of where they're at with like 30 pops or so. I've just popped a million bubbles throughout my time developing this. Trugowski has played Osu, the game Osu, and that the skills from that seem to pull over to this game pretty well. But even Trugowski has like gotten much faster since he started playing. So, yeah, there's definitely your bots, not humans. Yeah, Trugowski's, His video's on the Discord. If you can check it out, it's nuts. Not really, because played tablet graphic only. Oh yeah, that's right, Trioxky. I think League and FPS. Yeah, maybe. Or just practice. Yeah, but you were doing 100 like pretty quickly. Like the first time you tried the game, you were getting up to 100 without too much work, right? And that's pretty crazy, because I mean, like when I started, I played for 2 months mostly on your streams. Yeah, but to get to where you are now, but like the first time you tried the game, you were getting up to like 100 bubbles. And like at that point, I had only hit, I think 82 was like the most I had ever played. Yes, 105 and 1, and you and one guy from chat didn't believe me. Exactly, exactly. No, we didn't believe you at all. And sure enough, yes, Sergey, you're right. That video, his video's insane. The 155 is insane. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. One of the next things I want to do. So, I don't know if you've even seen this Trioxky, but now I've got the new mistake marker here, which is going to be just these swirling circles there, which I kind of like. It kind of gives you a little bit more of an idea of where things are when you make a mistake. Oh boy. Oh boy. Or maybe not. I don't know. But I think I'm going to roll with that for now. And now all the line thicknesses and everything kind of scale up with the window size, which is really nice. So that's I'm going to probably push that update out, the new version to the server tonight after the stream. Oh boy. I'm on full screen 1440p right now. Nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, nice. I'm glad you think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's a lot better than the little pulsing thing. I really like that it disappears when you get the correct one. Yes, that is on purpose. I think I came up, I think I made it that way, well, obviously because that way if you like keep playing, you don't want like to keep seeing the red things, you know, like that kind of lets you know that you're good to go, right? And I think maybe originally I had it where sometimes, I can't remember exactly how I came to that conclusion, or if maybe they were staying around after you'd keep popping correctly and it still kind of threw you off, right? But it's cool that you noticed that. So like if you make a bunch of mistakes like this, but then you pop the right bubble, they all disappear, right? That's what Trioxky's saying there. So that kind of like lets you know, hey, you know, you cleared the board, right? Otherwise, all these animations would finish. But, you know, if I pop the right bubble, now it's like, okay, I'm cleared. It's an amazing feature for gameplay. Oh, thanks, Trioxky. I kind of wanted to maybe make it a little less abrupt. I was actually thinking about that in the back of my mind. Maybe making these all like fade out. Instead of just instantly snapping out, like maybe having them like fade out a bit. Oh yeah, this thing does that too. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty nice, I think. I'm holding down the space bar, which is why it keeps firing us off, right? Because it's just the repeated key thing. That's all that's happening. Just the key repeating is firing clicks over and over again. If you hold the mouse cursor down, it doesn't do that. It just does the one mistake there, and that's it. Maybe a little smaller circle IDK. Yeah, I mean, we could, like, what did I set it up to right now? It's at, yeah, let me play around with that, because actually that was something I kind of wanted to see a little bit more of. Where is it? Cursor effects. Client indicator max R ratio. All right, so like if we bring this down to 0.05, let's just see what that looks like. All right, so now it's a little smaller. Yeah, actually that is a little better there. I think we'll keep it like that, maybe. Like you did with the flashy thing outside of the circle. Look cleaner for me. Oh, are you saying like... You're saying maybe kind of like what this thing, the kind of like that gradient thing, like where instead of like a... Another thing I wanted to do is actually add like a hit marker thing. So like when you actually hit a bubble, instead of it just fading out, which is not very satisfying, I kind of wanted it to maybe like explode, like expand out. Like no fancy actual explosion thing or something, but just like the circle kind of, maybe kind of like what these are doing where they're kind of expanding out and then fading out, I guess, as well. That would be kind of the idea. Actually, I think I'm going to work on that right now because I've kind of been thinking about that. Yeah, let's work on that right now. So I'm pretty sure everything else here is, I think mouse only is faster because you must click 5 click per second. Okay, if you can reach that with the keyboard. Interesting. All right. We're going to build a little measurer right now. I want to test it. I want to test out that theory. All right, so let's do, I'm going to do a new let's see here. Nearest. And so the logic is completely done and you're just polishing it. Not really. I'm kind of making things look a little better right now. I feel like the game is kind of where it needs to be for the moment. You know, I might be tweaking some things at some point in the future when I maybe think of something. But no, there still might be some more things to change in the future. Click speed test. Spacebar speed test. I was just going to try one of these out myself here. I was just going to try to build my own real quick. I just did, whoops. I did 7.2 per second there. This is not. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't. This tool is not. It's not how they're implementing this is not exactly fully accurate. This is what I'm doing right now. Because you have to immediately start right away. I did 6.6 there, but like. Oops. $7.4. And I'm on a pretty chonky Cherry MX Blue Switch keyboard, so I got a long travel distance. When you click the mouse, it messes with your pointer accuracy. Not according to Truyovsky, though. Truyovsky is setting these insane records with the mouse click. And I mean, it's true though. When you play you know, first-person shooters, you know, it's like, no, I agree with you though, Neris. Like, I feel like my accuracy suffers with the click, but the one thing I can really feel is like my hand really tensing up when I click to pop bubbles. So that's the one thing I prefer about the space bar is my hand can be just somewhat like, the muscles in my hand can be somewhat more focused on just moving and not so much like ready to click and whatever. Whoops. Oh. .2. Stupid. Why? They make it so that as soon as the screen ends, the thing pops up and then I click on it and delete the thing. 6.6. All right. I'm faster with the keyboard, Truyovsky. 6.8. All right, let me try much more. .2. Spacebar is usually a pretty big key, sometimes with a couple of switches. Yeah, and well, I'm saying like I got such a big travel distance too. I've got the console open on this. Like to do these clicks right now, I'm not even like, yeah, I'm like consistently hitting. Yeah, if I go faster, I'm like not, I'm not yeah, and then I suffer speed. So like the 6.8 is like my max, like comfortable somewhat. Oh, I missed one there. 6! Get out of here. All right. You're going to use multiple keys at the same time. It can be even faster. Use alternate a couple of fingers to click. Yes. You know, pianist technique. Yeah, exactly. You could totally just alternate. Like Osu does, Z and X, right? Just so people go back and forth between Z and X the whole time. But yeah, I mean, for sure though, at least my spacebar thing with the 7 or more hits per second, like I'm pretty far away from that as far as accuracy and everything goes with. I mean, what did I get? Like 7.8 or something maybe? So just 7. You know, 210. So I've got a high ceiling before my tap speed will start to get to a level. And then at some point we might just start enabling like extra keys. Like maybe any key on the keyboard will be a pop. So you could just straight up use 4 or 5 fingers if you wanted on the keyboard. Something like that. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I have 6.6 CPs with moving the mouse. Gotcha. Spacebar 2, like you could technically alternate with the spacebar as well. I mean, like you can't be like pushing it down and then switching to down, 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 down. But where was the spacebar one again? Let's try the spacebar test. Let me try it with, oops. There, I got it. I guess I can still do it. Ah! $8.2. Wow. I don't like give me a little bit of a buffer. Let me start by hitting the space bar, but it doesn't let you do that. Like start the timer then. 7.8. Ah. Yeah, at this point I'm like going too fast to be accurate, to be like repeatably hitting, right? All right, that's nice. I like it. You need to try 30 seconds if you really want to see the results. Gotcha. Gotta haven't eaten all day. Nice, Groupeth. Yeah, get some food, Groupeth. We'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it. All right, yeah. Yeah, so at some point, Trioxky, yeah, we might be adding in multiple keys, you know, like, or letting you maybe alternate left and right mouse, maybe, even. I don't know. I don't know. Does that seem like something? Do people play with Trioxky? Do people mostly just play with 2 keys for Osu, or can you play with more? I guess you could play with more, right? All right, I'm going to we're gonna fire up the bubble here. I want to look at cursor crash indicator old. We can get rid of that now. Delete. Mouse or pen and ZX. Gotcha. Is that all you get? Yeah, from keys. Oh, so you can click? You're saying you can click too? Or it's just Z and X are the things to actually hit the circles or whatever. Nearest, you just had 11.6? That's pretty sick. On a laptop with very short travel. Gotcha. Yeah, when I was going at my fastest, which I think I hit 8 something. I think I was like not even letting the spacebar come back up all the way, you know? But the travel distance on my spacebar is massive. Yeah, but you must be accurate in Populus. Right. Well, yeah, you gotta have, you can't just go like full, like whatever your fastest hits per second is, clicks per second, hits per second on a key. Like that's not the theoretical, because that's your like balls to the wall, just like pedal to the metal, full blown max. But you're not necessarily gonna be able to hit that thing when you exactly want to, right? When your mouse is over the thing or whatever. Yeah, so like, I mean, and 8 something hits per second. What are we at? 8 times 30 now? 240. I could have done that in my head. I didn't need a calculator. 240 bubbles. I mean, that's nuts. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to 200. 200 pops, Trioxy. I'm looking forward to that. Someday soon. Just the other day, 175 was seeming impossible. And before you know it. Yeah, but still, this means you'll be quicker to hit on short travel keyboard. Right. For sure. Yeah, I should try on... Actually, I've played on my wife's laptop, but her mouse, her screen, I need my 120 hertz screen and my actual nice mouse. I guess I could hook her laptop up to my monitor and use my mouse and use her just little dinky, tiny chiclet keyboard. All right, so one thing I want to do right now is I want to try to get the bubbles. Prepare to animate expansion. Wow, this is such a mess. I want to have a... Yeah, there's a lot of commented out stuff in this file because I do kind of want to keep this stuff around for reference. But, okay, we're going to have a fade animation, and I think we also need like a pop expand animation. Fade anim, expand anim, explode anim. That sounds really dumb, but I kind of think we might do that. This dot explode anim equals new animation. All right, so what I want to do is I want to have the bubble. I want to have the bubble explode out instead of just fading out. I want to have it like pop and explode. I think that might look a little nicer. So let's start screwing around with that real quick here. So max dir, we're going to do 400 milliseconds for right now. Start val is going to equal radius. End val is going to equal this dot radius times 10 times 1.1, I mean 10%. Destruct on elapse, false, on tick. This is not going to be, okay, so this is not actually going to be an accurate thing yet, because if I resize the screen, this number that gets calculated at instantiation time is not going to be valid anymore. So we need to, at the time that we are going to run the animation, we actually need to set this up. My old phone keeps rebooting randomly on me. Hate to use it. Afraid if I try to charge the bulge battery, even with a low current, it might explode. Yeah. You're supposed to get that package today still, Neris? Or was that... Or did that already... I guess that didn't happen yet, right? Oh, tomorrow? Oh, you said tomorrow. Okay. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to do... Isn't there a pop method? Yeah. Here's the pop method. So what I'm going to do... Fade animation.resume. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move... We're going to have this dot explode anim equal null. And then what we're going to do... Equal null. And then we're going to do init. We don't initialize it then. Pop is when we're going to do it. Destruct, and we're going to say if this dot explode anim, then this dot explode anim dot destruct. All right. Otherwise, we don't even have an unpop method anymore. A lot of this logic can get cleaned up. Fade anim dot resume. All right, so we're gonna do this dot explode anim equals new animation, and then we're gonna do this dot explode anim dot init. And on tick, basically this dot size dot r, right? Because a bubble is a circle. Yes. This dot size dot r equals val. All right. I think we've got something here. Or everything crashed. All right. This dot equation is not a function. I thought I copied and pasted this thing. Come on. We want the same equation from the the same equation from the fade animation. Okay. Let's see here. Pop. What? That is not 10%, is it? Come on, 10% is more than that. Okay, maybe we need to do like 2. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is right now. This dot radius times 2. We need to do like double, I guess. Nice. I actually like this. I like this a lot. The black ring is still there. I like the feeling of this. But it's a little too much. Like it's a little pretty. Sorry. Yeah, like I gotta fix what's going on with the black ring because that kind of just stays there, but we'll get to that. But this looks a lot kind of nicer. It's maybe just a little too in your face, but we can definitely tweak that. Oh boy. I forget. Okay, so the equation we're using for this, actually, it's really not that bad. I mean, like, it's really not that distracting. I still got to fix that highlight issue. Whoops. All right, no, I got to make that thing bigger. Trioxky said he wanted it smaller, I think, but I got to make that bigger again. I can't. I'm losing my... Yeah, we got to bring it back a little bigger here. We can actually simplify a lot of our bubble object now. Oh boy. Yeah, this just feels much more satisfying to pop the bubbles like this. Feels like you're like doing something, right? I guess actually maybe I could make the outline circle that same size too. For right now, just for, okay, so outline circle, yeah. So we just change the outline circle radius as well inside of this animation. This.size.r, this.outline circle.size.r also equals val. Yeah, actually that looks a little, oh, that looks much nicer because that black ring was just kind of like sitting there weirdly, awkwardly. All right, this is definitely feeling nicer. I want to get... Feels more like a legit pop now. I'm liking it for the most part. I just feel like maybe we could make it slightly more extreme. Like let's look at some equations here real quick. So the one we're using right now is the inverted cube one, right? Yeah, so we're doing y equals 1 minus 1 minus x to the third. Yeah, this is what we're using right now. So in other words, it zips. So time is the x-axis here from 0 to 1. And then our animation ends at 1. And then basically our target value is the y, or the value we care about comes out of the y-axis here. So like as you're animating along the x-axis, the y value is rapidly shooting up. And then it really tapers off towards the end, right? Because then as you go, when you're halfway through the animation here at 0.5, you're already like you're already almost 90% of the way to your target value. That's the cool thing. So that's what gives you that real fast instant response time. Versus if you did the inverse of this, where you did y equals x cubed, which is like the rotated version of this, like the 180 degree flipped thing, whatever. Versus this one where it's really slow, right? When you're 0.5 of the time done with the animation, you're only, I can't divide 0.5/8. You're 5/8 of the way up your y value, right? And then at the end, it gets really fast. So it's like slow and then fast, right? So if we changed, like if we inverted these, like the size one here, if we flipped that to this t cubed one here, that would be very, very not nice feedback, right? It'd be very slow expanding, right? The fading is actually still happening on that original thing, but you can see that the growing is like very slow at first, and then it like grows out. That feels awful. That doesn't feel good at all. So we really that's where this kind of inverted one is way nicer, because it still gives you somewhat a natural, smooth feeling having it like this, but it's just so much more dramatically getting you to your target value at the end than you otherwise would be. So, whoops, I thought I switched. Oh, we need to refresh. How about that? Refreshing first. There we go. So then you get this real rapid expansion, and then it kind of tapers off. So that, gives you a little more of an exploding effect, but then, well, the tapering off, that's the thing, like, I'm not so sure about. I mean, I guess maybe we could maybe, like, fade. I bet you, like, what would happen if I did this same? So y equals, let's just copy and paste, but we'll do a to the fourth. Yeah, because maybe we could make the fade happen that much quicker. Yeah, that might be the thing. It's like I kind of like the expansion one. Well, actually, let's just try the fourth. Let's just try to the fourth for both of these. Oops. All right, we're going to try this one here. So now it should be even more quicker. But it's also like even slower, more like tapered off. I don't know. I kind of like that one. I kind of like this one. It's not much different than the last one, but it's like a little more. Maybe it's too fast. Cubic was better, IMO. I actually was just starting to think about that. Like I was thinking it was a little more, less. Now it feels almost like too juddery, too jittery. Just that little extra. By the time you're halfway done, there you're like 90% done by the time you're versus. Oh no, that's 90, 95. Maybe something in the middle. Yeah. So well, let's go back to the cubed one again, and then let's try. Okay, so that's the fade, and then I need to also set it for the other one. There we go. And we're at, what are we at? 400 milliseconds. We could dial that back a little bit too. Whoops. Whoops. What in the world? Yeah, that just feels nicer time-wise. But I can also, well, yeah, I don't want to get too in the weeds. Because we definitely could go far into the weeds, far down the rabbit hole. Let's try dialing the time in a little bit. So let's make it 300. That will probably be a little dramatic. You think it's too big? Yeah, that could be too. All right, I just made it 1.5 times faster now. But it feels, that kind of is giving me the same vibes as the other, as going with the power of 4 one. Like it feels a little too fast. But one thing I could do is because the fading and the expanding are individual, they're separate. So I probably could, here's what I think I should do. I could make the fade 300 milliseconds, but I could go back to 400 milliseconds for the expand. Let's try that. So the expand will still feel pretty good, but then by the time that quick expand has happened, it's like faded out already. Wait, did I refresh? I don't even know. Actually, yes, this is like better. It's not getting in your way as much. Yeah, I like the 400. I like that was just like the first thing we tried was the magic number, right? And so I made the fading completes after 300 milliseconds now. The fading of the color, right? The expanding is still happening over the 400. Yeah, the 300 was too, if we go back to 300. So again, the color or the fading is still happening at 300, but the explode, yeah, that's just too fast. It's too fast. Too fast, and it doesn't look good for some reason. But we do 400, and it feels good. But the fade is 300. Let's make the fade like 200 just to like see the kind of the, yeah. Ooh. Actually, that kind of feels, good. Because now it's like totally not in my way at all. So now it's fading out completely after 200 milliseconds, but you get this much more dramatic expansion in that first, like, so again, like we're fading out by, okay, so let's get rid of this one. So we're using this equation for the expansion and the fade. But by the time, so the fading out happens completely by 0.5 of the expansion. But the expansion is almost 90% complete, 85%, or wait, this would be 90%, right? So this is like 8.75, 87.5% complete. Did I do that right? Did I do that math right? I don't know. But our expansion is already almost complete, you know, is this far by the time it's completely faded, right? So then we don't see this, like, we don't see that tapering off, which I think is kind of nice. Equation times 2. Well, what I did was, so the fading, there's two kind of separate equations happening. There's one that's fading the color out, and there's one that's handling the radius, making the radius of the bubble bigger. So what I did was, is I made the expansion, the explosion and the fading are on the same curve, but I've just shortened, I've halved the duration of, so the fading is happening twice as fast as it was before. So it would be like, it would be kind of like taking this and then I don't if I did, yeah, like this. Here we go, 2x. So the fade is now happening more or less like this. Is that accurate? I think that's accurate. The fade is happening more or less at a rate like this, but the expansion also, you still see it pretty clearly for that brief little bit. Retro slept for 18 hours straight. What? No, that's probably because you probably were streaming for like 18 hours straight and then went and crashed for 18 hours. But it's okay, I'm here in time for stream. Nice. Welcome, Evan. I appreciate the raid yesterday. I really do. Thank you. Thanks for that. Trading and stuff's going well, Evan. Sound like you were still working on some of that yesterday. A little bit. I guess you're beefing stuff up or adding more features. All right. Let's try this again here. Did I change? Okay, hang on. Let's refresh. I kind of like this combination of things. It really feels like the bubbles are popping now. Am I right, or am I kind of crazy? Like, this is definitely better than it was before, or than the, oh boy. Oh boy. Trading is released. Just been working on random small stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember you saying that. There is Evan, there's Trioxky just set 155 pops. The video's up on Discord. It's nuts, to be honest. To be completely honest. It is off the wall. I mean, like, I feel like the pace I was going there was pretty fast, but it's like I'm like not even close to that. Like, it's crazy. All right, I'm loving the new popping animation, to be honest. To be completely honest, it's like the best thing I've done in a while. It just feels so much better. Feels like I'm actually popping the bubble. The only thing we really need is sound. Like, that's the thing that's really going to make the experience complete. Actually, that's the thing that's really going to sell the experience. All right. Only 155, try 175. Trash Dev. What's going on? I like the error glow thing too. Nice. Thanks. Yeah, so I've done, well, the error glow, yeah, the error glowing thing, obviously that's pretty recent. Today I added this little thing, this little wonky Twilight Zone thing. Which if you hold your spacebar down, you can do kind of cool things with. Ooh. And this was kind of inspiring me to, like, I should just create a website with just these weird effects like that. Just a canvas, and we just draw a bunch of circles and stuff. Trioxy's plugging the equations down there. Well, I see what you got there, the squared one. Well, the thing is, Trioxy, that one will be more, so like I'll plug that one here. 1 minus x squared. This one will be like slower, right? So that's the purple one now. It'll be like slower than, you know, so we only care about from 0 to 1 and from 0 to 1 on the y-axis, right? So it's a little slower than the red, right? In terms of transition from, or in terms of time. So your red's just going to take off, but then, you know, taper off down here towards the end. And then the purple's going to be like faster at some point here, but, you know, but it really doesn't. So, but I think what we have now works pretty well. So it's the combination of the fading and the popping, exploding are on two different equations. Well, or no, they have the same equation, but the time, the duration of the animation is halved for the fading. So you still get like the impact of the exploding that feels responsive. I think. Well, now I'm starting to hate it. All right, let's go back to the 400 milliseconds for this one again, quick. Just this is what we had like originally, I think. This is like the very first try. Yeah, and you get, it's like too much tapering off, I feel like. The bubble, the animations aren't, it's like too much bubble hanging out. There's so much bubble hanging out on screen after. And it's like too big almost. Like you're really getting up to like the full 2x size. Like obviously I could dial the radius down too, that the amount of the bubble. I mean, we could tweak values all day. There's like 1,000 variables we could come up with to tweak, and it's, did I refresh? We could be here all day just dialing in stuff. This one, at least to me, feels more like a pop. Like it pops and it wisps away into nothingness. So, yeah, I feel like this is kind of the one. And these are all kind of happening around the same. I think, this might actually be 300 milliseconds, the movement of these things. This one's a lot slower. I know I doubled that one down, so slowed that one down so it didn't just like take off and end up over here in like 300 milliseconds, because it would, all these other ones kind of shift this far in 300 milliseconds, and that one would shift from here to here in 300 milliseconds. It just seemed like it would take off like a rocket. Like it didn't make any sense. Not that we're trying to simulate physics here, but it looks You kind of just don't want a bunch of random stuff flying around all over the place. It feels nice. It feels kind of like there's some, you know, when you click something, there's things happening, and if they happen all kind of within the same time frame, it feels nice, I think. If we just had a bunch of like ridiculous things and speeds and everything, it would be kind of not as pleasant. And I'm really loving the line width. Let's play full screen here for a moment. Or full window, maximized window. I guess we could go full. We could go full F11 here for max effect. Now all our lines things scale up, and that feel. Okay, I can't play at this size. I'm moving my mouse like a mile. Oh boy. By mile, I mean like 2 inches, but pretty much the same thing. All right, one more. One more. This one's for the record, the unofficial record, because I'm playing on the dev version. And for all you know, I could be cheating. Okay, scratch that. Okay, I can't play that. I can't play at this size. It's just too big. This is 1440p now. Oh, I have to like move the mouse so far. Oh, Nelly. Come on. No. Such a painful mistake there. Oh, come on. No. I just spit a bunch. 117, but in 13. So many mistakes. Oh, yeah, Evan. Oh, yeah, you already knew about that. You already knew about that update. That's right. You posted on the Discord about it, too. Nice. I was going to say, I was just about to say, if you're still there, the the bubbles not coming back thing. If you hold the spacebar down now, this is kind of like the new way to play. This is the new meta. If you hold the spacebar down, you can just hold the spacebar down and drag and hit all the bubbles. That's pretty much all you have to do. Now I don't even care. Like, I'm not tapping at all. Just holding the spacebar down the whole time. Boom, 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 boom. Might have epilepsy after. Might have an epilepsy. Blah, 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 might have a seizure. But it'll be okay because I'll beat Trioxky's world record. With a million mistakes too. Oh. Actually, Trioxky already tried this and did better than I did. Yeah, only 94 popped and 780 mistakes. Is the code for that Ripple thing gnarly? Maybe a little bit trash. Oh, welcome, Trash. Did I say hi, Trash? Did I say welcome? I thought I did. Now Badger doesn't need his script. Not at all, Naris. He doesn't. I don't know if he knows about the space bar yet. I don't either. Why does... Oh, yeah. Like, as soon as you pop... The reason why it kind of flickers like that is because as soon as you pop a bubble correctly, it clears all the mistake things. So that's why, like, all of a sudden, for a second, like, everything just kind of, like, disappears and snaps out. It's not a glitch. It's supposed to happen that way. Yeah, well, yeah, the Ripple thing is probably a little complicated. Because I've got like an animation object, and basically I end up... Oh, that reminds me. I've got like a variable, like I could specify how many rings I want, which would in turn, which is kind of nice. I mean, I could kind of come in here and like, we could do 10, and then basically the whole thing would just last longer, you know? And we could also specify like the, well, I don't, yeah, it's maybe a little gnarly. Like this whole file kind of encompasses that. So basically I've got an object that draws circles, and I've got objects for animations. So each circle, there's basically, I specify that number, that ring count variable, which I should actually move to my configuration file, where I had 5 before. So I've got 5 rings. So it's going to create 5 circle objects. It's going to create 10 animations because it needs an animation object to size the thing, to change the radius, and then it needs an animation object to fade the alpha out. And then the probably the more annoying part is there's like a timer then. I have another timer object, which is kind of like an animation object, that then queues up. So basically all the animations get set up and then paused. And then I have a timer that runs for basically kind of like a set interval kind of thing, that starts an animation 150 milliseconds apart. So that's how you get like the actual, you know, the delay and the different distance between the rings then. Didn't I change it back to 5? Yeah, there we go. So it wasn't too bad. It took me a little while to actually get this going, but for what I've already got, for the stuff I've already got in my with my animation objects class and everything, and like my timer class, it ends up just being not too bad to kind of mix those things together to come up with this. So I kind of have one class that represents that thing, and then I create a new instance of that class, and then I can just kind of fire those off every time there's a mistake click or whatever. Anyway, yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't know what's next. We've been going 7.5 hours. 7.5. And I haven't drank any water in a while. So my throat is just raw from talking. Yeah, I forget when I actually last had a glass of water. Might have been a while ago. Less bathroom breaks, though. All right, so I want to move this ring count thing out of because it's just a constant variable that I have in this function. So I would actually like to move it out. Okay, so let's cursor effects, cursor indicator ring count. Yeah, we'll call it the crash indicator ring count. Trash, have you been streaming lately? I guess I haven't been on Twitch too much. I mean, basically, Retro MMO is basically online anytime I go on Twitch, but you guys need to check out Retro MMO's stuff and Trash's stuff. Stream super late, 10 p.m., 2 a.m. PST. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm Central Standard Time, so that would be pretty late for me. Trash is working on this sick Spotify village. City? Village? I don't know. I wanted to say village for some reason. But it's like a city where you browse through you like go into a shop and then you could buy music through it, or you go into, it's live now. Sick. All I need is a Spotify account now. Yeah, I don't actually use Spotify. Spend all your money. Nice. Sweet. Post the link, Trash. All right. Actually, am I going to be ending the stream in a minute here? I might be. Spotify City. Oh. I guess I have to log in with Spotify. Yeah, I don't even have a Spotify account. But that will be sweet. Wrecked. Nice. Yeah. All right. What else do we need? I don't know if I'm going to really get anything else done today, because again, we're hitting 7.5 hours here. So we've got like an actual like pop animation now. And I think I'm happy with it for right now. I'll probably hate it after a little bit, but you know, it's pretty much everything. We've got resizing of these line widths now, so at least that looks a lot more consistent, because before we had basically like a 2-pixel line width for all these, for like the border circle and for this around our little hourglass here and the little line, the little mouse cursor trail. That was 2 pixels, you know, so like as you scaled the screen up, everything was still 2 pixels for those things. And it just looked funky. It looked good like at this size maybe. But then, you know, when you made everything big, it just looked too small. So that looks a lot better. It just makes things look, that always bothered me. So that makes things just look nicer, I guess. So we've got that. And we added what? We added the new little ring thing, the new little mistake thing, which I think looks better than the other thing. And that also scales now. The radius of these rings scale. Because we had 1 ring before. That was originally what we had. So our rings actually scale with the size of the window and everything. And we got the pops. We got the new expanding, exploding pops now. Is that really all we got done today? For 7.5 hours? Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think that was all we got done. I mean, we got history. History was written. Trioxky with the 155 pops on the leaderboard. That's nuts. Yeah, that's nuts. And the video's there on the Discord if anyone wants to check it out. Shuyaxi's 155. It's insane. Yeah, so the other thing I've been thinking of having is like maybe like a hit. Oh, I'm on the live site. Yeah, see, look, this is the live site right now. Doesn't this just look awful? I mean, in general, the whole thing looks awful anyway. But doesn't, at full screen, like just this little skinny line doesn't look that good, you know, and like it's still skinny here. It's a fixed 2-pixel line width, right? But if you go to the new one, now it's like more sizable. I don't know, it's a more appropriate size. Just felt too thin otherwise. But I'm also thinking about potentially getting rid of the whole border circle anyway. Like I'm thinking of just whacking that idea. And then, you know, in that case, we'd be kind of trying to come up with some new UI kinds of things. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to want to do that, but you will clear leaderboard because it's messy. Yes, actually, because after this, I'm going to go live with these changes that we have right now. So I'm going to add those up. Hang on, I want to make sure that all our event listeners are going away. Sweet, back to 40. All right. Yeah, the leaderboard will, anytime I release a new version, the leaderboard will go away. Because basically anytime the server restarts, the application restarts, the leaderboard will clear out. Leaderboard's only in memory. Which is okay. You know, maybe at some point we'll do something better. But for now, I think that's good. And on Discord. Yeah, Discord, we'll have the videos, the everything. So, for sure. Yeah, and at some point, maybe we will do like the replay thing. So you could just sit here and watch like a local, like the replay of you know, basically you download all like the mouse data, I guess, and you just watch that. Like that would be pretty cool. All right. All right. Well. Yeah, I think we're getting close to shutting off the stream here now because I'm running out of energy. We did get a lot of good stuff done today. I still want to have some sort of like pop indicator, maybe. I don't know though. This might be good enough. Like having some sort of like little hit marker thing is kind of what I'm talking about. That's a possibility. But we'll see. We'll see. It's pretty clean right now. Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely liking some of these new changes better, graphical changes. It's just making me feel better about the game to some extent. There's definitely a lot of like menu things that I would like to change and you know, whatever. But basically, I wanted to work on these things because these are some ideas that I've kind of had that I've wanted to kind of do, and I've had in my head for a little while now. In fact, I haven't even been looking at the Trello lately, but for sure some of these tasks we just took care of. I still want to get rid of I still want to figure out something better for the hovering over the circles. Like I don't really like that. And I'm also thinking about potentially doing, especially since it's like it's just like if you hover over it, then it's just like this boom, this circle instantly appears. That we can make a lot better. So that might be another thing we end up working on. Because I really don't like that. I did it just because I like wanted to have something like that. That's a really old thing that I added a long time ago. Probably before I even started streaming, I might have had this outline that appears. So we might do something. I don't know what we want to do. Can't really do like what we have with these. We can't really do like this with the buttons. I was explaining that earlier because these buttons, they scale up 10% when you hover over them. And so if you hover over them, literally the radius of the button just grew 10%. So like if you're, you know, like, or the radius, you know, so you can't have that for the actual gameplay. That would just give you an extra, you know, we don't need to give people that extra advantage, right? Because now I've got this extra like space. Because it doesn't shrink until I go outside of the new big bubble radius, right? But now, like, you can see how much bigger it was. So that's that. We can't have that. But we might have something like... Ooh, wait a minute. I better make sure the tutorial is good, because there's always something in the tutorial that I never remembered to do. The tutorial always gets the back burner. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Ooh, actually that feels pretty good. And the tutorial's all up to date with the new game thing where the bubbles don't come back. Yes. Wait, was that correct? Yes. Feels great. All right. Nice. Well, make the growing only visual. Well, I mean, yes, we could do that, but I don't want to like... I don't want to... what's the word? I don't want to like deceive you, I guess. I don't want to like trick you into that, thinking that. And I think we just need something kind of subtle too, like something where it's just slight, but like doesn't really change the color or the size or anything. It's basically how it works right now. It just grows by 2 pixels and it's black. Oh, like maybe maybe like the border of, maybe that border like grows out instead. That could be. The one thing I was kind of thinking was maybe like a shadow would like expand, like you'll see that on certain websites maybe where you hover over a button and like a shadow will appear. Like the button size doesn't change at all, but like the shadow kind of slides, the shadow moves out, implying that the button is like lifting off the page a little bit. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Like you've seen that on certain things. Because you can do that without, you can like just have the shadow kind of shrink, like have a shadow or a shadow that kind of offsets, right? Like that kind of offsets and gets smaller. And that kind of like makes it feel like the bubble, the button or whatever is like coming towards you, even though it's not. So like that's something we could do. We could just have like a little, black or like, you know, some sort of gray circle underneath. And then when you hover over it, that gray circle kind of comes out and maybe shrinks down a little bit. And then, you know, if you unhover, it kind of fades back underneath. And that would kind of, I feel like that would kind of make it feel like the bubble kind of lifts off the page a little bit, off the background a little bit, even though it doesn't. The size doesn't change at all. That was kind of my thought for right now. But yeah, like you said, Neris, even something like that would be pretty nice. Because like you still have to actually touch that pixel. Or whatever. Yeah, the other thing I'm not super stoked on is what to do about, like if you're on top of you're on top of this bubble, that's fine, but like if you pop the wrong bubble sometimes, you don't really see the mistake thing that much. So I don't know what to do about that yet. All right. Trioxky's heading out, going to sleep. Yeah, it's got to be late for you, Trioxky. All right. Yeah, I think I'm going to shut the stream down myself. Yeah. All right. Whew, excuse me. All right, so I guess we'll be back for sure Monday. Possibly maybe Thursday night. Actually, that's probably a good possibility. We might be back online Thursday night. And we might be implementing the thing I was just talking about, the little button hover thing. But for now, after we go off the stream, well, maybe not right away, but I'll at some point tonight probably deploy the new version. But yeah, we'll possibly be back here on Thursday. So yeah, I guess that's it. I guess I'm signing off. I don't really have anything more to say. I've been trying to sign off for like the past 15 minutes and I just haven't. So again, I stream Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's usually when I get started. I've been trying to do some Thursday night streams, so kind of 6, 7, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, somewhere around there. Probably usually a little later than that, or a little, more towards the 8 p.m. side. So we might be back on this Thursday, so 2 days from now, for a evening stream. Evening my time, that is. Yeah, but otherwise, we'll see you guys Monday for sure, but otherwise, possibly Thursday. So yeah, thank you guys so much again. The subs, thanks for the subs, the follows. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Neris, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you in the next one. Yeah, I don't think we'll do a raid. It looks like a bunch of people left, so we'll catch you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. Adios. Sayonara. I forget what Polish goodbye means. Trioxky told me yesterday. I don't remember now, but we'll see you guys.